Greetings, good evening, and hello. Welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I am barely containing my excitement as the big Skulls 2026 Warhammer, I don't know, I guess it's a Warhammer like festival thing, was today, and there were a lot of announcements. I mean a whole lot of announcements. Some of it was stuff that I already was aware of, and some of it was stuff that I wasn't expecting, so it was like cool bonus stuff. Just to go through some of them. So I had somehow completely missed that Mechanicus 2 released today, and the only reason we're not playing that, there's two reasons actually, I say the only, there's two. One of them is I want to actually stream the original Mechanicus game first before we play Mechanicus 2 on stream. And second, it's getting some early reviews that the performance isn't that great, so we'll wait until the performance is a little better before we pick it up. I have full confidence that it'll be great because Mechanicus 1 was very, very well received. So that was a surprise. I didn't realize that was coming out today. We got some additional info on Total War Warhammer 40k, which I'm like one of my most anticipated games because I really, really like Total War Warhammer. And so Total War Warhammer 40k is like something that I've really wanted them to do for a while now. So there's also Chaos Gate Deathwatch. Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters is one that I also want to play on stream, which is the Grey Knights one. That's the army that I play. But the Deathwatch one looks pretty good too. It's that XCOM style turn-based tactical gameplay, which is pretty cool. There's the DLC that's coming out soon for Rogue Trader, which I believe that actually comes out in a few weeks here. So we may actually get to the point where we can do that DLC at the same time as we're doing our playthrough. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll play a small thing in between just to make sure that we're playing Rogue Trader when the DLC comes out. Bolt Gun 2 has some additional cool info about it. There's a demo for it. I don't know if we'll play the demo on stream, but it is something that I'm also excited about because I liked the original Bolt Gun. Very fun game. And then, of course, Warhammer Survivors, which is just... It's just Vampire Survivors, but Warhammer. And it looks really cool and cute. And yeah, that was one that, like, as soon as it was announced, totally made sense. It has a gameplay that I'm sure will be enjoyable. And then there was one that I wasn't expecting. Because a lot of those other things are things that I had kind of heard a little bit about. The Deathwatch one was a surprise, but I figured they were going to make a sequel to Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters because it's pretty good. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Deathmaster, which is apparently a 2D assassin platformer where you're playing as a as one of the Skaven assassins from Clan Eshin in the Warhammer Fantasy universe, which is really cool, and it has an art style that's kind of reminiscent of like a more 3D Darkest Dungeon, which I really like. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff. They also announced the Skitarii Dark Tide class, which I haven't played Dark Tide, but I do own it. And I'm going to see if I can get a few people to play it whenever that comes out, because I think that'll be fun. What else? What else did they announce? For anybody that follows me on Discord, in my Discord server, or in any of my like friends' Discords, or I believe also, I may have posted about it on Blue Sky too. I've also been losing my mind over some of the new Grey Knight stuff that's coming in the next Warhammer edition. Why did that not work? Fireball, are you okay? Oh, there we go. There we go. Thanks for trying, Sass. I forgot that I updated Firebot before stream, and I did not hit the connect button, and it doesn't auto-connect to OBS. But yeah, so I've been ranting and raving about the new Grey Knights updates for the next Warhammer edition, which I'm super excited about, because one of the things that they talked about doing for the next edition is expanding detachments to have like people are calling them like sub detachments, where you can run like a regular detachment and then you can run one that just buffs one type of unit in your army, because normally detachments are like army rules that buff several things across your army, whereas these like 1-point sub detachments are like so like for example, one of the Grey Knights ones is the Interceptors, which is our teleport pack units. And they get an ability where they can do a surge move during their shooting, where they can still also do a charge afterwards, which normally they can't do that if they use their teleport pack. And that's really cool, especially when combined with some of their other things, like they have a thing where they just get stealth, for example, and they have a detachment bonus where they can get, I believe it's was it lethal hits or sustained? No, it's a lance. They can give their melee weapons lance on charge, which gives them a bonus to their wounding capabilities. So, but it's really cool because it means that you can, like, if you have a particular unit that you really like or that would synergize with your list, you can buff that unit for your list. So, like, one of the things I'm kind of playing with the idea of is I'm playing with the idea of potentially running the Terminator detachment, which is the Sanctic Conclave, and normally that one's kind of a meme because you know Terminators are very expensive, so running a bunch of Terminators is kind of a joke. But there's a new detachment that gives bonuses to Paladins, which also get bonuses from the Terminator buffs, which means that in that specific detachment with that sub detachment, the Paladins specifically get a ton of buffs, so you could run like 3 big bricks of Paladins and just run people over with them. So, I don't know. Warhammer has a lot of very exciting things going on right now. It's like the eve of a new edition of a bunch of things, and there's a bunch of new releases coming out in the next like year to 2 years. So, a lot of cool stuff happening. But all of that is neither here nor there. We are currently playing Rogue Trader, and we have some stuff we have to do today. I do want to get to the so on the map we have it is all the way over here, Kranok. So we need to get to Kiava Gamma because that's the stuff that's going on with the Mechanicus. But I want to resolve this distress signal here, and I also want to see if we can get to the other area that was to the south. So let's get started there. How are you doing today, Sass? I hope you're doing well. Pick our standard group. One thing that has me kind of excited for Mechanicus 2 is I saw that in the original game you were playing as just the Mechanicus, but now there's one campaign where you play as the Mechanicus and one campaign where you play as the Necrons, which will be really cool. Not great, but it is what it is. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm doing pretty good. I'm very excited for stuff that's coming up, and
it's about time.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on.
Such a peaceful scene, the likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No bright flashes, no riot of colors, just pure white canvas.
Oh. 2 skeletons are lying in strange positions, as if one was either carrying or hugging the other and did not even let go in death. Their gear is badly damaged and decayed. Carefully inspect the skeletons and their gear. There are 3 things worthy of note. Fragments of some sort of devices that both skeletons carried on their belts, some shiny trinkets in the remains of the carried skeleton's bag, and an old portable cogitator in the other's bag. Can we extract any data from the cogitator? The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades or even centuries. It is a small miracle that you're able to extract a fragment of Vox recording, apparently the last communications. We're rich! Chaos take me, we're rich! Look out. Fly, for crying out loud, spit it out. What have you found? Rich, screw Footfall. The Expanse can go to the orcs. We're out of here. Calixus, here we come. Yeah, because with our record, Calixus is definitely the place to go. What makes you think life's better there anyway? I want a house on some planet, a mansion, with a lion statue at the entrance. It'll have a servitor with one job, dusting my lion statue. Fly, you idiot, you're still on a dangerous planet. Quit sending me your hollowing. Get back here and just tell me what you found already. Fly? Fly, you coming? I'm coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat. Name of the device. Pieces of broken text suggest this is a rudimentary radar jammer, an item commonly utilized by pirates on the Cronus Expanse. The trinkets are clearly of Xenos origin. They are miscellaneous, time-worn items that have no particular value. One can assume that they are petty trophies looted from several corpses. I see. Oh, okay. Jump the ledge.
I identify Captain Sargona's blasphemous attempts to combine creations of the Adeptus Mechanicus with Xenotech as effective, and thus, that much more egregious.
Ooh.
The rogue trader should have purged the pirate vessel with fire. Even a fragment of a ship like that could become a carrier of corruption.
Alas, we did not do that. The skeleton's decayed tech priest robes, missing its right leg, judging by what remains of the bones. The leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached the spot by crawling rather than walking. Okay. Let's check out the transmitter. Ah, an ambush, I see.
Something of interest.
Deliver furious retribution.
Okay. Let's start with Urlet. We can't put you on that because that would harm you. Let's put you over here. And then Argenta, you can chill right here, and I'll just have you kill that turret as fast as possible. And then I guess everyone else can just vibe. Like Kibala, you can go here. You can get in range of that turret as fast as possible. What else we got? Starting to think taking on this assassin mission alone was a bad idea. Assassin mission and what? Alright, where are we? Let's go this way. Warframe. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's give you an extra turn. There's not really a reason to place anything but this one, I guess.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Put that one there, and I guess we'll put this one here for you. We'll get into cover and buff you.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Okay. Can I get
I
up to
will leave
you?
footprints of scarlet.
Okay, we can. Alright, so now let's do Blade Dance. Not really doing that much damage to it.
Caught by the web.
We we need to use a different... I guess I should be using this thing, because this has more armor pen. That's fine.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Normally you'd be correct. Ooh. That did a lot of damage. That did a lot of damage. Okay. Buff this, buff this. Buff this.
I understand your intent.
Okay. And then we'll do another
This
shot at
tedium
this.
is beneath me.
Oh, sick. They can just break turrets, too. That's a problem. Or break cover, rather. Let's use this to get our versatility. Okay. We need to prioritize whatever we can.
I'll do it.
So we'll do this. And then okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Not enough to get our heroic. Alright. Let's do
As the
this.
tenant. Let your soul be purged.
They have a lot of armor. Let's do this.
My blade whispers your name.
Okay, that definitely did something.
Let your soul be
More
purged.
damage. In the turn. Alright, Pascal, I desperately need you to do something. Can you disarm this thing?
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Okay, you can disarm this trap.
The machine god grants me insight.
Good news. I guess let's try to do as much as we can to disrupt these things.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running
Expose
binary
weakness.
override.
Just do what we can. Okay, that did a lot of damage, thankfully. But unfortunately, we can't do that again until next round. That we'll have to do. Me. Try and get some of these traps out of the way. I need to get in range to heal you.
Suits my purposes.
Need to just give her as many buffs as we can give her. Nice.
High momentum.
Okay, Cassia.
If I may,
Let's give Argenta. Get extra rounds. So first round,
Doubt is for the weak.
just fire the multi-melta. So that one was free. Fire this.
You, my Emperor. Emperor!
And then that's probably it for now.
As the Emperor commands,
Just
I
reload.
act.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay. Good lord. Oh god, so much damage. Alright, that's one down. Let's track... Oh, there's another turret over here I didn't even notice. Okay, let's help kill this one.
If it serves your cause.
Die.
If I...
Okay. And then we'll dump a bunch into this
I am
one.
not your Xenos pet, monkey.
End our turn by marking it.
The abominable filth is down.
Oh, damn. Took down Urlet. Not much I can do about that. Pascal also went down. Okay. Unfortunately, if we move, we can't destroy those other ones. So I think what we need to do here is we just need to use this to knock that out. That was our free one. Let's use this, which then makes this cheaper. Let's reload that. And then I guess we'll just fire this. That's all she can do. Alright, so as for you... can I move into the blood? Yes. Okay, cool. Let's
Trust
do
me,
this.
my blade whispers your name.
Doing as much as we can.
As honor ordains. The other
Go.
side awaits.
Okay, and then I will need you to get to the other one next. There's lower chance to be hit. Well, both of you guys are down, so my next best thing is to run here. Oh, I can't quite make it. Okay, so we'll just go here. Oh wait, hang on. What am I doing? Buff myself. Which gives me more MP. And then let's heal. I guess nobody needs to be healed because everybody was just taking damage. Can't get in range of anything. So those two are down. She's gonna kill that one soon. We'll just get over here and we'll shoot at you. Okay. And that's it. Alright, Cassia. Let's just give Argenta the turn. Let's do that.
Is why I was chosen.
The multi-melt is really good. Big fan. And do Do that. And get another multi-melta shot. Nice. You just end the turn. You know, I guess while we're at it, let's just give Argenta another full turn. There's only one active turret left. Okay, how far can we get?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, we missed. Wow. I guess this.
I'll do it.
Reload. And switch to this.
As the Emperor commands, I... But you, my Emperor!
I'll do it.
We get our free shot, which we'll use for this. Oh, I love this combo. It's so good.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ooh. Narrowly avoided. Alright, let's move here and do a regular
As the Emperor
shot.
commands, I act.
Oh, I should have done a regular shot with the Melta. Rip. That's fine. It'll just die on this turn anyway. Yeah, there we go. Whew. Okay. Let's deal with all the traps.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
No, I'm just trying to not get wrecked. Do we get anything from the wreckage? Oh, we do. Okay, so all of these are going to give us something.
I have learned much in my exile.
Alright, well this was hella worth it, even with the danger.
A trivial task.
So this definitely were
Too hard for a simple
Drakari
monkey.
weapons. Which
I
remains.
have learned much in my exile.
Bone structure indicates it belongs to the Eldari, not a human. Okay, makes sense. Pascal, can you open that? Pascal, open that while she handles the wreckage over here.
My success was inevitable.
Operation successful.
Shuriken pistol. Makeshift heavy xenomesh. Do I have anybody that can wear heavy armor? I think I do. Okay. Disarm this. The last wreckage. Alright. Let's do our level up. Okay, so we can raise intelligence, strength, or weapon skill. So we raised intelligence last time. I think we want to raise strength. Then we need to raise a skill. My athletics is really high. My Medicae is also really high. I think we just take Medicae to get it over 100. do we take lore warp? Actually, it might be better for us to take lore warp. Because that benefits the ship. Alright, Arch Militant, you can raise Demolition. And we already took Ballistic Skill, so... I kind of want to take... I almost want to take Toughness, to be honest. Yearlet's Toughness is 5. Oh, that's not good. That's why she died so fast. So I think we just take agility here. Let's get her agility higher. Cassia. Yeah, let's just raise your intelligence. This is fine. More lore Imperium, maybe? Yeah, let's just make you specialized in that. Ibala, you are gonna get... raise your perception? Reduces dodge against enemy... okay, so yeah, reduces dodge, we probably should get perception then. And then we'll just raise your awareness because we can. Pascal... I kind of want to keep raising your tech use. Because your tech use is really high, but we just had an instance of one where, like, you didn't have a 100% chance, so we're going to start getting stuff like that. You could raise perception, or we can raise intelligence. Let's raise intelligence. And in your case, let's give you awareness for sure. And then the next time we might take Lore Xenos. And you get, I guess, perception? Give you perception. So I almost wonder if it's worth, rather than having her use, because I have her using the sword in her offhand, I almost wonder if it'd be better for her to use, like, a shuriken weapon. Although maybe not. We could do shuriken pistol. Because then when she's using this, she can use both. Let's give her the catapult. So the shuriken catapult was actually like one of my favorite things when I started playing 40k back in like 5th edition or something. Because I really liked the idea that it was like this crystal cartridge that it just sliced these like monomolecular shurikens off of. Like, that was really cool. Okay, do we have anybody who can wear the heavy armor that we found? No. No, I don't think I have anybody who can wear that yet. Sort by type. So this would give more dodge chance. This is a slightly better version of the armor that I'm wearing now. Our agility is above 40, so we get plus 5% dodge in general. What was our origin again? Did we have a thing that... Death World. Okay, so Death World, this would give us plus 5 agility for wearing this. But we would lose armor in general. I don't know if that's worth that. Fire Blessed Carapace. That's pretty good. However, it does give us a huge dodge penalty, so I kind of want to keep light armor on. I might actually use this efficient armored body glove because it gives more base dodge. Or no, more base armor. And our dodge is currently only against melee attacks. We'll swap that out. And then did we get anything that's worth using over what we're using now? Sniper gloves might actually be better on you. Yeah. Let's take the sniper gloves off. We can give them to you. So instead, grenades cheaper. We're not a death cult assassin, so we can't benefit from that. It's not useful. Okay, let's give you this. Using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Well, that won't help us because our ballistic skill is not as good as our weapon skill. Tech use plus 10. Do you need the strength from this to wield this? Let me see something. No, you don't. Okay. In which case, then we'll give you the strength gloves. Because that gives us a huge boost to our strength. 3% dodge until end of combat for each psi power we use is pretty good. Heart of the Nameless we're just not going to replace because that's such a huge buff. Like plus 10 to all of our skills is so big. We can't afford to give that up. Spirit Drape might be worth taking over the Rosary. Because Spirit Drape would be really good. So then who would we give the Rosary? Can we give you the Rosary? Commerce and... No. What about you? Oh, we could give it to you. Yeah, okay. And that's a huge buff for you. So we'll give that to you. Lacking anything better to give you, I guess we'll give you the thing that gives you more Medicae. And I guess that's all we can really do with you. Yeah, because we don't really have any gloves that are worth using. Oh. Okay, yeah, actually, let's give those to you. Because you only have ranged weapons and you have a high ballistic skill. So this is actually worth it for you. So... Okay. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. That'll do for now. I don't suppose we got a new bolter for you, did we? I don't think so. No, because that's a regular bolter. That's a flamer. And then that's a Weber. No, okay. So sniper rifle wise, I don't think we have a better sniper rifle than this one that we're wearing right now. Although the needle rifle is pretty good. The needle rifle is good, it just doesn't quite do as much damage. Actually, maybe that's fine, because we work off of debuffs, so maybe we actually want the needle rifle. Weapons-wise, I think we're fine where we are. Because we have a force weapon and then we have a power sword. Oh, you. I actually don't know. I don't know if the spinner's blade is the correct play for that. I think we need another chainsword. Anything else that has higher armor pen? Yeah, the Eldari chainsword would be perfect, but I don't think you can ever use that. You don't have a psi rating, but a force sword would still be good because it has a really, really high armor pen. Let's try it with the force sword. You've got the best thing we can give you right now. Although maybe we have something we can put in this slot. I doubt it, but... Nope. We have a thing that you could wear, but unfortunately you'd have to give up your Chartist's pendant, and we're not doing that, because the pendant's way too good. So I guess that's everything that we can use right now. Oh, this stuff should all be in my cargo. This is just regular cargo. Alright. That's all that done. So let's get out of here.
Fine.
Well, for our troubles, we got a bunch of XP, so that's cool, I guess. So let's get out of here. I wanted to go here. Come on. Okay, I think we just warp travel this. Come on. Acolytes of the cult Mechanicus have reported a disturbing incident. All Vox systems on the middle deck started broadcasting otherworldly sounds, whistling a haunting melody. The strains of monstrous music drove people into a frenzied dance that could not be stopped. Several hours later, the Vox devices fell silent, and the dancing crew members fell lifeless. The area was cleared, and the bodies of the deceased were disposed of with the necessary precautions. Horrifying. They danced to death. Alright, so we have an Imperial Void ship And then Grantis requires help. Plasteel. What do we got? Smuggler's cash. Bunch of drugs. Intoxicating elixir seems really good. Like, loss of willpower, but you gain a huge buff to melee. Okay. That's fine. Let's go check out the void ship. An unknown ship hails you as soon as you're in its detection range. The ship, the Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by Captain Demir Shani, has Footfall listed as its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with the Kasbalika mission. The Voxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you. Okay, listen to the proposal. The ship lets you know that they will readily reward you for any information about the Burning Worlds and the Coronis Expanse. Why are you looking for Burning Worlds? The reply is as courteous as it is vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magos Pascal expresses a keen interest in Burning Worlds and asks the Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. Jihadari immediately declares that Captain Shani would never dash about the void out of scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps the Lord Captain too might want to look into these Burning Worlds. Seneschal Werzian makes no comment regarding the Kasbalika message, but is amazed that for once these seem Magos and Mistress Hidari are in passionate agreement on something. I guess share the info we have on Burning Worlds. With effusive gratitude, the ship sends out a shuttle with the promised reward. Empty soul traps. Okay. And then we got plus 500 reputation. Let them know you have no current information on Burning Worlds, but are willing to sell any you may obtain in the future. You see the Scarlet Pursuer's projected itinerary, information on systems in which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again and acquiring information on Burning Worlds should you possess it. Okay. Interesting. Scan this world. Xenotech. Okay. Well, let's go to the governor's camp. Right. Am I supposed to be seeing something? Okay, we landed. Okay, so what was this for again? Astro frozen world filled with suspicious substances. One can only hope the owner will not be too aggrieved by their loss. Return managed to discover several ancient Imperial ships and restore the Archaeotech compass, the mothership in Muro 79. Contracts. We can exchange Xenotech for Profit Factor. The new one. Profit for provisions. Anything else? Oh wait, no, this one's not new. It's just I don't know if we had what we needed for that at the time. Oh, we gotta find the hidden caches. We didn't find the one on Dargonis yet. Gotta find the cache. Here we go. Blades in the Void. Stop the Xenos raid, so answer the call. So we got to deal with some Xenos. Didn't know one was staring at the sky with unblinking eyes. Her fingers have been thoroughly broken in the tangle of intestines. Lies atop her slash abdomen. Ugh.
The imprint of torment and fatigue has been left upon this world. The mark of my dark cousins is so stark, it cannot be anything but a trap.
I mean...
Dark cousins? Meaning the Xenos that repel even their own repellent kind? My weapon will be put to use here.
Alright, thankfully she can deal with the
Too hard
Xenos
for a
traps.
simple monkey.
And she also has a high awareness, so she can find the hidden stuff, which is nice.
A new challenge for me?
How rude. We're definitely gonna kill you.
At last. You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
The Xenos in ornate black armor turns his head to you. His thin, pale face is covered in tattoos and blood splatters. After a moment, his thin lips stretch into a crooked, unpleasant smile. A couple seconds pass before you realize that the Elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic.
One of my soft-bodied kin. What meager offering tempted you to lower yourself to attending these animals? Or does their company remind you of being among your lost brothers and sisters?
What do you know about my brothers and sisters, Dark One?
Ah. I see. I don't know if bringing her was a good idea.
Only that they wander blind and helpless, robbed of their home and hope. But why am I telling you this? Isn't it your duty to watch over your kin, outcast?
Brutal. Middle of the mining world, you're one of the Xenos who got away. I almost want to taunt him because he's kind of a smug asshole. My, this beast can speak our language.
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you.
Go on.
How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin always have enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing the coercion option. Aggravating, is it not, having someone best you at your own game?
Do not try my patience, monkey.
Ooh, did I strike a nerve? Oh boy. I command substantial resources.
I suppose you are forthright in that regard. But simple riches do not change the fact of your weak, short-sighted, deficient nature. No, there is another reason why the monkey have so suddenly become so astute.
Oh?
I will tell you this, monkey. I know you might be lying to me, or you might even be unaware of who is guiding your hand. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you too have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all.
I mean, that's what I wanted the whole time.
You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
I answered your question, answer mine. Xenos lowers his head pensively, but what catches your attention is something else. A barely noticeable twitch of his fingers in his armor gauntlet. He is signaling to someone standing behind you.
Very well. Amuse me.
Who are you?
My name is Marajai Aziriash, Draken of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, First Blade to Lady Irimaris, Eviscerator of Illyricos, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Corocius the Pale.
I don't know who half of those people are.
You forgot one title, Xenos. Your final and true title, the Dead.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good line, Kibula. I keep hearing about an Archon. Who is that?
Mistress of the Cabal, whose hunting grounds lie in this region of real space. It was she who ordered her subjects to gut monkey worlds in order to replenish the supply of meat in the cages of her arenas.
Okay.
I suppose I should not have expected anything compelling from a monkey. Your questions breed boredom. The conversation is over.
I see. Conversations end when I say they do.
Oh, monkey. I do not play by your rules.
I see.
I'll adorn myself with your flayed skin.
Okay, so let's see. Cassia will put you here. Myself here. You will move here. Pascal, we will move here. Your range is very far, so you can just be over here, I guess. What are you? Slith. Interesting. And then Argenta. Argenta, your job is very straightforward. Continue firing until they die. Alright, Cassia. Let's move that there. And then we'll put this, like...
If only that were possible.
Can I put this
Be
here?
careful not to cross my gaze.
Alright, give us the back line. Okay. She has a lot of movement. Can I pull everybody into one spot? That'd be cool. Yeah, we can.
Me?
Argenta,
If you insist, Lord Captain.
can you get in range if I do this? Okay. So what I want is for you to stand like right here and just do this.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Nice. Very cool. And that's all your turn. Now it's your turn. All right. First things first. Let's build up with the combos that we can do.
This is why I was chosen! I refuse.
And then we'll do this for our free shot. And then we'll do this. And you will rue the day. Excellent. Just reload. All right, my turn. Let me just go ahead and buff myself. Myself again. Oh yeah, all these spells are free. All right, we run forward. Can we get enough of an angle? I don't think we can. Maybe from here? Yeah. There we go. Bang.
You will not withstand my vengeance.
All right. Good enough. Ooh.
Emperor, deliver us!
All right, Eurolette, your job is to deal with that thing. So let's just start putting the buffs down. Let's do cover efficiency and
I understand your intent.
do this.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
That did a lot of damage.
This
do
tedium
this.
is beneath me.
My revenge will be delectable.
Nice try.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
Okay, so they do have poison damage, but that's fine.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Keep fleeing.
No! These ruby flushes are choking me!
Okay, so we have a lot of movement. Let's deal with you. Let's do this. Hit you with the chainsword.
The shadows
then-
will see it done.
Do this.
Let the true master inflict the pain.
Caught by the web. As the tenants demand.
Oh, you parried. Looking for an opening. Chop.
True master inflict the pain.
All right. Pascal, I'm gonna have you stand over here and just do this. I guess we can just kill any of you guys, right? I think you just die on your turn. Can I get in range to fire up at you? Yeah, but not that much. Okay. In which case, let's just go this way and pick one of you to die. We'll pick you.
Request approved.
Oh, we missed. Okay, well, in which case...
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Let's expose weakness. Can I do... There we go. Doesn't matter if it does less damage if it kills you anyway. I guess we'll just mark you. Why not? We get our buffs anyway. We still have a bunch of points left we can't really do much with. I guess we'll just do... this. Okay. And then...
Request approved.
Does that last until the next turn? I guess we'll find out.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Alright. So... we can't kill you.
I see you gasping in crimson.
But what we can do... we can give you guys some extras. Let's have you... let's see, who do we want to recover from toxins? I guess we can move... oh, we can't move because we already shot. Let's give you an extra turn. And... can we kill you? I think we can kill you.
Death is a blessing.
Yeah, we can. Means we can
Trust
flip
me.
over here.
You call this a strike?
Okay, buddy. Take our free hit. Alright, now let's give Argenta a full turn.
Death in colors.
I'll stand over here.
Rejoice in
Shoot
battle.
you.
You will pay for this in blood.
I'll do it.
This.
Woe to you.
Do our free bonus, which is going to be this.
Eradicated.
Okay,
Your last stroke
nice.
of luck.
And then we'll
Doubt is
just
for
do
the weak.
this. Instantly refills our stuff. Do steady superiority,
Power
which gives us a
resides in the
free
will of the
attack.
righteous.
Use this for more movement. And can we move to deal with the rest of you guys? Okay, here we go. So now we're in range.
God Emperor, move through me.
Shoot
Be
you.
the fire in my heart.
And then that's all we need. And then we end the turn. And then we're back to her regular turn. There's not really a better choice. Alright, now it's her actual turn. Blow you up. Wow. 160 damage.
You
92.
call this a strike?
Remove our debuff.
I'll do it.
Reapply our debuff so that we can get more damage in. Move over here. I guess we can
That
do
is not
this.
the Emperor's will.
Oh, if we reload... No, we can't do that.
Guided by faith.
Let's just shoot you. Yeah, shoot you.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
She is here.
To explode you, and then we get one more shot. We'll do this. Nice. And then that's all we got. So, end the turn. My turn. Alright, so we get our... No, we definitely want to be using the melee weapon. Oh my god, that did so much damage. And then we'll buff Kibala to reduce the void. We'll heal Kibala. And then I guess we'll flip over here. Oh, I flipped to the wrong place. Well, that's fine. We'll just artistry and go backwards. Die. We run this way. Uralette, can you get in a position to shoot that guy? Yes, you can. Alright, so let's do everything we can to kill that guy. So he has 126 health. How much damage can we do to you? Precise. Hold the bold. And then we will raise ballistic skill even further. Fire one shot. One shot, one kill. And that's the end of combat. Sick. A ton of cool Xenos weapons that we can't actually use. So we're just going to toss these in here. Well, okay, we'll hold on to one of each of them. Do I already have a Venom Blade? I think I may already have a Venom Blade. Okay, I have a better version of the needle rifle, so we don't need that. This is the reinforced version of this armor, so we'll take that. We already have Venom Blades, so we don't need these. I don't think we have a Clave, so we'll take that. And then this is Incubus armor. We'll also take. And the rest of this can go in here. We'll take that. Alright. Cool. That's all that. There's one more body over here and one body over there. Yeah, that's needle rifle. Blast pistol. Seems pretty good. Another body. Armor of the Undaunted. Medium armor, all wearers attacking abilities cost +1 AP, but gain 20% additional hit chance. Ooh, interesting. And then a one-handed bolter weapon that is unfortunately not as good. Actually, wait. Hold on. Hold up. Is it not as good? It's one-handed. Okay, we're taking it either way. It's only barely weaker, so if we can find another item, like, that could be worth taking. Unsleeping Eye. When the wearer kills an enemy with Finish the Job, the wearer gains a plus 20% bonus to damage for 1 round and removes the cooldown on their Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. Who has that? Last Volley.
When the faithful are
Is that
idle,
you?
heresy grows.
No. I don't know who has that ability. Okay, I think that was everything. I guess we try and follow suit.
Red Priest, grant me your blood. Through divination, I will know if
okay, that was just a way down.
festers on the flagship,
I
as
see.
it does on the Red Priest's vessel.
Categorically.
All right. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to be able to harvest the stuff from this system, so we'll just have to deal. But that's fine. Alright. Chart new course. Nothing. Travel here. Mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the macro cannon chambers. The disease spread quickly, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The macro cannon was put back into service, and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rogue trader's servants to mob justice. The material release us this time. Alright, so we dealt with that. Unfortunately, we need to go here. And I think the easiest way to get there is going to be... I guess we have to go this way and then travel here? Okay, so... let's travel here. A fire broke out on one of the decks during the warp voyage. The raging disaster consumed the entire chamber, destroying precious cargo and damaging the interior plating. No guilty parties were found. While clearing out the rubble, a few people claimed the soot on the plasteel beams formed lines in a cryptic alien language not known to humans. The Delirious workers were executed and their bodies disposed of in the proper manner. Okay. Let's check on our colonies, actually. Okay, we finished the railway. Oh, we have the ability to do this, so I guess there's no reason not to do this. Because it doesn't cost us anything. This would cost us 1 adamantine, of which we have some. And would cost us plasteel and phlogiston. It would cost us our last phlogiston. I don't want to use that. So we'll do this one for now to buy time. Because it gives us efficiency, Drusian rep, and also gives us Shield of Faith. So basically we're just declaring that some things are going to be safe kept by the Order of the Hammer. So we lose some profit factor, which is fine. But we gain a new buff. Oh, we didn't even have to... that wasn't a thing we had to build. I thought it was a thing we were going to have to build. Can I just do that with this too? Well, let's hold off, because I might actually need this phlogiston for something. Trojan Medikit. Oh yeah, because we just get these regularly now, right? this one? I know one of our things that we got, was it this? Yeah, so we just get these, like, very good med kits every so often, which is nice. Cure for Sloth, which would just give us heretical rank. This might be our first points of heretical, but it actually might be worth taking because 10% less damage from toxic sounds pretty good, especially knowing that we're gonna have to fight some more. Yeah, we have a bunch of toxins or chemicals, so we may as well spend it. Alright, it's our first heretical thing, so we're basically oh, I don't know if I like this. Since the grimy masses are so lazy, a wise lord will add substances to their daily communion that ensure obedience and diligence. Once purified and distilled, these truly miraculous plant-based chemicals will make a commoner forget their fatigue and their purposeless pastimes. And once their body is burnt out and withered, they'll simply be replaced with a new worker. Ah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No. No, we're not going to do that. The other things we can't do because we simply don't have enough reputation. Dargonis. We got Iconoclast. Nice. Got more people. This is the same thing where it's pleasure chambers to give the aristocrats a place of repose free from moral restrictions. No, we don't want to give them freedom from moral restrictions. That seems like a bad idea. We don't qualify for anything else yet. Everything is either reputation or requires things that we don't have yet. And this one, I don't want to do this, because I would rather wait until we could side with the Navy. So, we don't want to do that yet. Do I want to make a pit stop in Burabundus to go to Footfall? There's drifting void ships here. Let's go to Burabundus to confirm things on Footfall real quick, and then we'll go back up. Alright, we're safe. Here's his blessings. I'd like to look at your catalog. So, this is 5 points reduction on each side. We already have something better than that. This is the same shield that we already have. I mean, we may as well take these, because anything we're not using, we can just put them in. Oh, okay, and this is the Navy. Sort by cost. Okay. Yeah, because we do actually want to raise the Navy. So let's get... We'll give you all of our Drukhari stuff. And the Eldari stuff. And we'll also give you the Heretic stuff. How's that? Okay, so that unlocks a bunch of stuff for us now. So we'll take everything and we'll assess it later. It's just a bunch of ship parts. We'll do more stuff to get this up. So this will be... That's 9,000... rank 5. Sunhammer Lance Battery. Medium range lance weapon dealing 60 to 70 damage within a wide firing arc. I kind of like that. For sure. We can't get the other stuff because we don't have the profit factor for it. We want to give the Navy more pirate stuff. I kind of think we do, to be honest. This needs a Drukhari thing, so let me... Do I have any Drukhari stuff I can just toss in there? That's a unique Drukhari thing, so I want to hold on to that. Actually, that's a good question. When would I ever use this if I have this? Okay. Is there a Drukhari one that got added to the bottom? Oh, it's all new stuff. Okay. Do we have any other Void Heretic trophies? I don't think so. So you don't want Xeno artifacts, you specifically want the Void stuff. Okay, we'll give you the pirate trophies, that's fine. And then we'll just hold on to the rest. Okay, so does that mean... Touched by Holiness. Done. Does that mean that we qualify? We do. Okay, so now we just need the materials, which is mechanisms and weapons. Does that also mean we qualify for anything else over here? We do. That's going to cost us profit factor. But we would gain an escort ship. Okay, before we do that, let's handle the rest of the stuff we need to do in Footfall. No, okay, we don't need to worry about that. Oh, we have an ad starting soon. Okay, so we'll take our ad break here before we get a Footfall. So, I will be back shortly. Just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Go to Footfall and do the stuff we have to do. So first of all, we need to go to the Void Dock. I am determined to get to Kiabagama tonight and address Kiabagama.
Follow my lead.
All right. Opticon 22. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Why do you want information about planets? Omnifaceted study of the Coronis Expanse is the sacred mission, operational objective of the Cognizance Fleet. Information about the planets and star systems of the Coronis Expanse will be compiled, studied, and transferred to the holy repositories of Mars upon completion of the Great March of Exploration mission. This process increases the totality of knowledge and decreases the totality of ignorance in the universe. Well, I've collected some planetary data that may be of interest to you. With a respectful nod, the tech priest takes the data slate. The collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance Fleet thanks you for your contribution and guarantees the provision of a reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. Reporting, the Kappa Thread supply line is ready to continue cooperation with the Von Valencius dynasty in the sphere of planetary reconnaissance. I want to make a trade deal. First of all, we could just take some stuff that is really good. Now the attack is dodged, parried, or scores a critical hit, except from Death from Above and Blade Dance. The war gains 5 MP and does not provoke attacks opportunity until the next turn. Okay, so that makes sense because otherwise we'd gain a bunch of extra ones. Some mobile extractiums would be great. We do need some. Alright, let's raise our reputation. So, sort by cost. Just give you a bunch of holy gifts. What exactly does a holy gift consist of? Oh, okay, so this would be split with the Drusians. Well, to be honest, I don't actually care about the Drusian that much. Tell you what, let me get rid of some of these, because you also care about heretic trophies. So let's do this and see where we stand. We'll do one more. Perfect. Self-calibrating goggles. Successful attacks inflict stun on the target for 1 round if the target fails a willpower test. Okay. Combat manipulator. When using a non-attacking consumable item, it counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack for the purpose of versatility. That's really cool. Precise lasgun. Yeah, but lasguns really aren't that good. Will to live. A unique force weapon, which is actually better than Veil Render. Enemies adjacent to the wielder have their toughness reduced by 4. The enemy wielder, the wielder gains 4 toughness for each adjacent enemy. Sword deals additional damage. Okay, so it does bonus damage equal to psi rating. Interesting. Positive manipulator. Using a reload for any weapon costs 1 AP less. Nice. Okay, and then this is just an upgrade for him. Let's take all of that. We can't get high enough to get the heavy plasma gun. As nice as that would be, I simply don't think we're gonna get enough rank with him to get it right now. Because the most we could do is give him all of these, and that would only give us 2,500 points, which would not even get us to the next rank. Actually, it would. Well, no, it wouldn't. It would just barely not get us to the next rank. So we'd have to give him like ship components or something. Interesting that he doesn't really want Mechanicus creations. You'd think that he would, to like get some of those back. Let me go check on what the Drusians want. Here's the... I'd like to investigate to see what the rest of the Drusians want. I think it's the atrium. All right. Let's go talk to Hieronymus. And then we'll go to the palace and talk to the liege. Hieronymus Doloroso's unblinking eyes fixate on Urlet. I know not why his voice, vested to protect the Imperium's borders from the intrusions of the enemies of humanity, would see fit to keep an ungodly Xenos in their retinue. But I say to you, repent, young Von Valencius, and pray to the Emperor for forgiveness, for your soul has forevermore been stained with the taint of an outsider. There can be no virtue in that which is contrary to his divine will. Urlet is busy studying the local architecture. It would seem that she finds Footfall's bustle far more interesting than Hieronymus' words. I have a question about fate. No. Drusian Acolyte? Who do I talk to? We move our conversation to a place more fitting of people of a rank. Why? For a missionary, his temple is the patch of deck beneath his feet. From where I stand, I can clearly see the life of my flock, all its bustling, blooming, and wilting. Here I can see their vile urges, futile hopes, and flashes of serenity. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, would I have made it in time to intervene in the massacre of your subjects from Kiavagama? No, truth resides in these halls. Not in golden halls, but here in the square among the people. Golden halls are home to other far filthier things. What are you doing on Footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemous pagans and the vilest of souls, you mean to say? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop on the Coronis Expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on their path, and is also where those who are reaching its very end return, their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material, tools, equipment, even garments and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey and during the first days of their harsh frontier life is worth its weight in gold to us. May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness. To search for worlds that have lost is radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world in the Imperium's service. Hieronymus is silent for a few seconds. And all the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall still awaits news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark of a ship headed for distant stars. Our last astropathic message was sent from beyond the Cenarius Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate secret ever since. I bear another, darker duty. The expanse is filled with the tainted creations of unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, but I know what to do with them. Should you on your travels come upon dangerous corrupted objects, bring them to me, and the reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. The Drusian mission has much to share with the Rogue Trader. Alright, let's see what you have to offer me. So we have not actually done anything with him, and yet we are almost rank 2 already. So I think he's going to give things relevant for the obviously for Argenta, but also for the Adeptus Arbites, it seems like. Sanctified Staff. Navigator Staff. Okay. Okay, so what can we give you that you would actually like to have? So you want holy gifts, so we'll give you some holy gifts. You also want jewelry, we'll give you some of that. We have a lot of jewelry. So let's just raise by 4,000 points. That gives us access to the Militant Cloak. First melee attack in combat can't be dodged. No, we don't need that. Heavy Bolter. It's not that good because we have a better one already. Okay, so what's like the capstone thing? Hit chance in melee is increased by 10%, and then it's just really good light armor. A power hammer. It's pretty good. A force sword that gives... When the wielder kills an enemy with this weapon, veil degradation is reduced by -8. That's really cool, actually. However, that's at reputation 12, which is quite a ways away. A marvelous combat weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire an infernal pistol shot once per combat. Interesting. Whenever a wearer suffers a trauma in combat, if they have more than 0 wounds, they immediately regain plus 23 wounds. Silent Death is pretty cool. Heavy Flamer. The thing is, I can't imagine a circumstance where we would use a Heavy Flamer when we could instead use our Multi-Melta. Deathworld War Boots is okay. Yeah, to be honest, there's really not that many things. I mean, the spinner breastplate would be nice to have. But, like, the weapons don't really seem that useful. Like, maybe some of the stuff would be useful for our navigator. Let's assess what we just got. So, sort by newest to oldest. So we have a staff. I can't use this staff, but we know you can use this one. How does this compare to yours? Castigating. So enemies targeted by the navigator power suffer -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the navigator's next turn. +5 willpower, +5 perception. Devastating. The first use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. The second use of the power of this power or the use of a different attacking navigator power on the same turn deals an additional +6 damage to all targets and 6 damage to the navigator. Interesting. Okay. So we do want to use that staff, because that staff is really good. That staff is very good, and then... Is there any armor? I guess we could give you this, because, like, we don't actually need you to dodge. Yeah, let's give you this. You have more armor. You can't wear this other stuff, but that's fine. Oh wait, no, we don't want to give you this, because you'd have to pay more for your attacking abilities. In which case, we'll just give you the Hunter Carapace. Which should be good enough. So for me... Will to Live will replace that power sword. Or that force sword that we had. Precise lasgun, I don't actually care. This plasma pistol is, like, not really worth using. Well, actually, maybe it is. This is definitely worth using. This is just straight up an upgrade, so we'll swap that. Give you your much better weapon. Do we want to maybe try to give you this? Because it's cheaper AP cost. Well, you never are hungering for AP, so I don't think that's a problem for you. So with these weapons, we can switch the veil render. Because even though you don't have a psi rating, it's still technically better. Sanctified staff. We don't have sanctic powers, that's fine. We don't want that. That is bonus to Imperium lore, which we don't need. Using reload for any weapon costs 1 AP less. Okay, so do you have a slot? You do have a slot. Okay, let's give you that. Really good. Okay. Who gets this? Master Tactician. Okay, this is a Master Tactician thing, so it's not even for you. I don't think we need any of this other stuff right now. This is not valuable to me because the +10 bonus to commerce and lore is just better. And then +10 persuasion is also valuable to me. You don't need that attack. We don't even have versatility on you, so that doesn't do anything. Okay. I think that's everything that we need for now. Now let's look at the ship. The ship does have some stuff. Let's fully repair the ship. We'll upgrade the hull. Alright. Sunhammer Lance. I am gonna try it. This is long range, 3 shots, 21 damage. Short range, 4 shots, 21 damage. Short range, 2 autonomous aiming modules. Okay, yeah, so it's 2 sets of 4 shots for 21 damage versus getting 3 shots of 21 but at a long range. Pulsar shield. Bonus damage against kinetic attacks. But it's also a bigger shield. Provides void ship weapons with targeting data, granting 80% hit chance and 5% crit. Nope, this is just better. So, swap out the auspex. The engine, 12 speed with stronger acceleration and braking. Fires 4 19 damage warheads. No, we like the Eldari one. Allows flak shots to be fired from kinetic macro cannons. Flak shots deal 15 damage each target in a 3x3 area. Ooh, okay, hang on. Hull integrity increased by +10. So this makes our flak cannons, our macro cannons do 3x3 areas, which is pretty useful whenever there's a bunch of clumped enemies. Assault Ceramite, 9 damage reduction on the front, 5-point reduction on all other sides. No. 5 on all sides. No. Okay, so we can put these in the cargo. Put this in the cargo. We can only ever have one of these. Well, I'll hold on to that. We have no reason to ever use this because we have a better one. No reason to use that. No reason to ever use that. I don't think we'll ever use these. That is weaker than that. Okay, that's fine. Everything else is fine. So, posts. Do we have anything else we want to do? We could upgrade something else. So it's actually getting to a point where I kind of need to use Adira in this slot. Oh, but I lose... Do I lose new heading? No, 1 to 3. Because I'm getting to a point where my skill is high enough that it actually might be better to have me handling it, even if I can't upgrade it. She's definitely the best for this, though. She doesn't get to use the other ability, though. Alright. Good enough. Alright, so that's everything from you. Let's go rush over this way. We can go talk to the guy. Oh, for some reason, I only just saw your posture check and drink water check, Sass, so I will fix my posture now and take another sip. I think I did take a sip around then, but I just didn't say anything. Deck, put on a hat. Hang on. Do I still have my hat? No, unfortunately I don't have my hat anymore. Hang on. Let me see if I still have it in my stream assets. Did I put my hat in here? I did! Here you go. You want a hat? Oh, I have to flip it. There. Hat acquired. It was the hat that I wore whenever we were playing the Fallout London game. Or Fallout London mod. But hi, MJ. I hope you're having a good day. Or good evening. Put the hat away. But yeah, we have a top hat in case we ever need one. I saw a clip that had it on. Yeah, I had a bunch of my Fallout clips whenever I was still doing clips because I had the wonderful Lilac the Lavender helping me do that, but then he's gotten busy and had other stuff going on, so he is not... he had to stop helping me with that, which is fine. Totally fine. I fully support him having other stuff going on. However, that also means that I don't have time to make my own clips, so... If Your lordship, the first ships from Janus have already arrived. The station is no longer facing famine or the predatory interests of the Shorta dynasty. I'm glad I found such a generous and reliable patron. Naturally, your protectorate can count on Footfall offering the special consideration I promised you before. Let's get down to business. I'm interested in your wares. Okay, so the Kazbalika mission wants... What do you want? You want Xeno artifacts. And you want heretic trophies. Alright, well, you can have the Xeno artifacts, that's fine, because I don't really think there's anybody else that wants these as badly as you do. And then I can't make heretic trophies, but I can do 2 jewelry. Alright, so what do you have? We can't buy these boots. Plasma grenade, bleeded boots. When we hit an opening with charge, slash, or dance macabre, they bleed. Okay, that's pretty good. Mind scrambler grenades. Drukari weapon. Each time the wearer spends 10 stacks of tactical advantage, they gain +1 resolve until the end of combat. Telepath staff. We don't really have anybody that can use that. Precise bolter is neat, but probably not that useful because we don't actually need a high hit chance. Just started playing In Stars and Time. Have you heard of it? I have not. What is that? Okay, I don't actually need anything from you, so we're just gonna go. Alright, let's go in the Shadow Quarters. It's like a Deltarune Undertale type game. So it's kind of like turn-based strategy with platformer elements. Okay, kind of interesting. Alright. Is the quarantine open now? Can I go down here? It is. Okay, so let's go down here. I think. Okay, they did get the barrier down.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Brothers and sisters, look, they cleared the way. We break through it. It's now or never. Ill-advised. I won't die here like a rat. Go, shoot everyone you run into. I would advise against that. I would heavily advise against that. I'm just saying, guys. Argenta, you can just be here is fine. People, you can also be over here. You over here, Eurlet, you can be here. Start battle. Alright, Cassia. Can we pull as many of these people into one spot as possible? How many can we get? So if I were to move here, how many people could we pull? To one spot.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Let's get to it.
Oh, that's gonna be glorious. Can I toss a grenade in there? Good. Oh, but then I wouldn't get another turn. No, okay, so what we want to do is we want to move you back in this place. We'll make... oh, wait, no. We need to put this here. Then move over here. And then we voice of command you, so you get a bonus of stats, and then we give you another turn. So you get movement, run and gun. So we'll just move over here. Right to here. And then we'll just fire down the line.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
She got. Did she actually get hit by it? Ooh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
So reload. End your turn. Alright, Kabula. I have a sneaking suspicion we shouldn't do this, but we're gonna do it anyway. Do this. Oh, did that manage to kill you without
As honor ordains.
leaving a body?
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, so they just have a chance of doing that. Alright. My turn. I think I can move here. Buff myself. Buff myself again. And then I cast gun.
If you didn't stand a chance.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
Time to slaughter
Okay, what are you doing?
Let's make it quick.
Alright, Pascal, can you just melt these guys? Thank you, sir. Can you do that again? No, probably not. That's fine, we'll just do this. And then that. Turn. Give me the best way to do this. I stand here. Do this. Oh, we get so much movement.
In thy light I stand,
this.
and thy light I crave.
Alright. I would like to get in a position where I can hit these two with it. There we go. And not hit myself. Kaboom! Bang.
Each strike is a prayer.
Alright.
A new challenge for me.
So does that actually last forever? No. Okay. Just a combat thing. Yep, that's fine. Take everything that we can.
Watch your steps.
Figure out what's going on around here. Okay, that's Ironis's teachings. Scraps.
Follow my lead.
Stuff to put up. Wearer cannot suffer from the burning effect from walking over burning cells. Wearer inflicts 3 additional stacks of burning whenever they stand on burning cells. Interesting. Okay. Kind of neat. What's a mine entrance, but it caved long ago. Pair of eyes lights up in the darkness. Too big to be human, too intelligent to be an animal. A moment later, the vision vanishes. Alright. What's over
It's
here?
about time.
Searching is my observance.
Alright, Pascal, open the box. Stuff to put away. Activate the elevator. Okay, so that's the shortcut we need. Medicae.
The Vizier.
These
Would
people
he
did
be
not die from the
proud?
disease. It seems they
Am
simply
I?
fought to death over the remaining provisions.
My Auspex has detected something.
What's in here? Nothing particularly notable, just some trophies. Okay, is there anything else down here?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, we haven't been all the way through here yet.
Stop. There.
Where? You hear the sound of falling objects from behind a thick sheet of metal, followed by angry hissing. Quiet! He said quiet before someone finds us. Try to move the metal sheet out of the way. The sheet is very heavy and must have been propped up with something from the other side or wedged shut. Moving it seems impossible. Please have mercy, don't kill us. We're not infected, I swear. It's them. They're to blame. Her plea is cut short by a violent wheezing cough. Who are they? Who's to blame? We'll tell you everything, just please spare our lives. We know where the disease came from. We do know. Another coughing fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them damn mutants. They have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them skulking in the shadows all the time. The two families who died first, they had dealings with them, traded something, and they caught some mutant blight. I know they did. Those mutants are very tough. They're always sick with something, but they don't die from it, but ordinary people do. We got lucky. We're alive. We're getting by. The disease couldn't claim us. I will verify your claim. Look for the entrance. It has to be close by. Well, I did notice that there were some eyes looking at me. Or was it like over here?
None shall stand in my way.
Medicae.
Just as I was taught.
Repulsive mutation. Hey, look, it's the mutant's lair. I'll just put everything in the cargo. All right. Start by looting. Yeah, there's definitely mutants up here.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Cassia, not gonna lie, I kind of want to put you, like, here and see if we can, like, yank a bunch of people. Argenta, you are shortly after. Okay, you're next, so let's put you in a position where you can shoot somebody. Followed by Argenta, who we will put here for now. Pascal, you can move up to the front. And then I will move here. Kibula, you can move, like, over here. Good enough. Cassia, okay, so first of all, can we yank everybody together?
I'll do what it takes.
Yes. Okay. Cool. And then we'll make this the front lines. Give Argenta the power for an extra turn.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alright. Can I do anything useful with this? The best I could do is maybe stand here and get a straight shot. See if we can get lucky with a ricochet.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That's pretty good. How much more momentum do we need? We're currently at 149, so we'd need 26. Not quite enough. That's fine. Alright, and then Cassia, we'll just move you to over here. You can just get out of the way. Turn.
Emperor, protect me.
I don't know about that.
Emperor, protect me.
Alright. Eurolette, first things first. Kill this guy. Easy. And then... I don't suppose we can get an extra attack, can we? No. Alright. In which case, kill that person. Potentially.
I can handle this.
Reading damage to Volk.
This way!
Works for me. Argenta, do your thing. So
I'll
let's
do it.
do this. So we'll do that. And then do our regular shot.
As the Emperor commands, I am.
Furious Recital.
I am
Get our free attack.
made manifest.
And then do this. Just wipe all of them out. Easy enough. Do this. Run and gun. We'll move over here. And then kill you. Actually, do we have a... No, we don't have a good line to do that. So let's move here and just shoot you.
Rejoice in battle. Eradicated.
Instantly explode you. It's fine. And then we'll reload. And we'll reload. Yeah, because our reloads are free now. Oh, it's so good.
Touch me.
They really do just keep throwing stuff at him. Oh, you are gonna regret that.
Emperor, protect me.
Ew, gross. Oh, so many toxins. That's okay. We'll just have you run over here and just cleave into these guys. So, I think the best thing that we can do here is just mark both of you with Hunt the Prey. Mark you with a debuff. Get Cole the Bold. And then... let's do this. Oh, not quite. That's okay. We can claim the bounty on you. And then we can dismantle attack.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
Okay. And then I guess we'll just put this here. We'll mark you, I guess. And then end the turn.
Emperor, protect me.
Good
I
lord.
can't stand it.
Alright. Kibala, run over here and deal with these guys.
Trust me.
Alright, and then aim for an opening. Do this.
Let your soul be purged.
Do this. And then I guess we end the turn. Okay, so we could kill you. Just flip off of you.
Not a problem for me.
Just try and help Pascal as best we can. He's definitely feeling it right now. Cassia, I think we just run over here and just shoot.
Emperor, give me strength.
Bang.
If I may.
Buff Kibala. Give Kibala an extra turn. Use that extra turn to do this.
Final weapon. My blade whispers your name.
It's fine. Can we
Trust
just flip
me.
here? Kill them both. Which just leaves Yerlet to finish off the last one. Oh wait, no, there's one more. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, in which case...
God, Emperor, move through me.
Just run
Be
over
the
here.
fire in my heart.
Remove that.
Faith without deeds is
This.
worthless. As the Emperor commands,
Bang.
I act.
Bang.
You, my Emperor!
Let me do one more. Bang.
There is only death, yours or mine.
I was wondering if you could edit all of your character's profile picture. Yes, you can. Oh, you mean the other characters? Like these ones? I don't actually know. I mean, I know you can mod it, so... Like, that at least is true. Oh, wait, what was that? That was a weapon. What was that? Imperial Pride. Imperial Pride. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. That's her bolter. So that is... So it's the same weapon that she was already using, but it against Xenos, Psychers, and Servants of Chaos, it increases the damage by 4. Which is huge. Yeah, it's functionally identical, but it just does 1 extra damage base and is even stronger against anything that, you know, we're gonna have trouble fighting normally. Okay. Very cool. Oh, but yeah, there are mods and stuff too. So like, I imagine that it's not too terribly difficult to mod it. Here's to mark the births and deaths of the inhabitants of the small community of mutants. There's no one to add the last entry. Modding would go peak. Yeah, well, actually, so there's some DLC coming out for this game in, like, a couple of weeks. It is Necron-focused DLC, so we might actually look into that. Grab this stuff. What is this? Pack of reagents. Set of chemical reagents increases the damage of all bleeding, burning, or toxin effects applied by the user. Wait, that's really good. Hold on. Do we have space to take this? Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until in... Okay, here's the thing. Mantle of Heroism, really cool. Pack of reagents, all of our things apply debuffs. So, like... And then... Do we have anybody else we can give that to? No. Damn, you're the only person that can wear that, because you're the only person who's an iconoclast. Planning on streaming it. We might stream it, potentially. So, the only catch is... I don't know how long this is going to take, and it releases on... Let's see. It releases on June 11th. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 streams between now and then. It's entirely possible that we could finish the game before then. However, we might not, because we're taking a long time in this chapter. And I think there's like 5 chapters, and like chapters 2 and 3 are very like exploration focused. So we could get to that point and play the DLC. And we're in a position where like we could, I almost would feel bad going into the DLC, because we're kind of jacked, actually. Like, we're very strong. Like, let me see what our... Let's see. Well, actually, we might be fine, because we're level 26 right now, and we don't get Exemplar for another 10 levels, and then Exemplar itself has, like, a bunch of levels in it, so... Maybe we'll do it, we'll see. I'm super interested, because I do like the Necrons.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I think they're very cool. That is a lot. Yeah, leveling in this game is quite a lot. Posture check. Alright, fine. I'll unshrimp myself. And I will take a sip of my gamer subs. So we dealt with the mutants. Lizard. You weren't lying about the mutants. They've been exterminated and won't infect anyone else. Praise the Emperor. You'll tell them, right? That Crew 3 or whatever they're called, please tell them maybe they won't kill us. Okay, who do we need to talk to resolve that? We dealt with the mutants. Can I talk to someone who's in charge? I have to talk to you guys? Who do I talk to? Extermination Sergeant. Let's talk to you. The foreman of Utility Crew 3 is whistling some jaunty tune. The source of the disease was a pack of mutants. They've been exterminated. Mutants, is it? Funny thing about mutants, you keep burning them and they just keep popping up. Well, thank you kindly for the help and the details. Footfall won't forget it. Me and the lads will drop by their lair and clean up, make sure there's no disease left. Is the quarantine zone safe now? That depends. We figure everyone who could have died is dead and rotting, and disease and parasites don't usually live in corpses. We threw a few expendables in the quarantine zone, and we can say for sure that it was thirst that killed them in the end, not disease. The source of the disease was a pack of mutants. They've been exterminated. Few survivors remain the predator. No. Let's not call out the survivors. Pascal, open this box.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Oh wait, yeah, we want to keep that. Okay, so we resolved all the stuff on Footfall, at least for now. Come on, Pascal. Alright. So we go back to the dock. Oh, I think we have an ad starting soon as well, but that's fine because we're just going to be traversing space we've already seen. Let's go. Oh, for some reason,
It's about time.
it removed our fog of war that we had just explored.
I've read about this.
Here's labeled Destination Llanos. It is covered in dust. It must have spent a long time at the docks. Oh, is this because we fed everybody? So now they, like... Yeah, so they're getting food. They're getting shipments of food. Okay, very cool. Did we talk to you? Do you have anything to say about that? Okay, in which case, I am happy to give you anything else that you want. Because I don't actually feel like I need to get holy gifts to these guys. Alright. So, colony management. We just need the mechanisms and weapons. Shield of the Emperor would cost profit factor to use. But I think it's worth it. Because profit factor goes down to 40, but we gain an escort ship. And then we can potentially take the Adeptus Arbites thing, because we needed the Shield of the Emperor to be able to take this. I think we're going to go this route. Okay, so that's that one. Llanos can have... What else do we have? Hisbolica is needed for that. The Drusians are needed for that. Fellowship of the Void is for that. Okay, so basically, I think we've done as much as we can do here, short of siding more with the Drusians and the Hisbolica, which I'm not in a rush to do. Cemetery of the Faithful. Okay. This does use the last of our phlogiston, but that's fine. Because it does give complacency for all colonies and gives us more Drusian rep, which we do need. So I'm okay with that. Alright. Take me out of here. welcome back from the ads. You did not miss anything. We started the 2 missions that we were not able to start for our colonies before because of not having enough Imperial Navy rep. And now we're able to leave. So let's go this way. Okay, so we are currently... We did also get a bunch of extra extractors, which I would like to use. We really need to get some weapons. Let's travel here and hope for the best. The steady rhythm of life aboard the vessel was disrupted when on the 4th watch of the voyage, the lower decks had their gravity reversed. The stunned denizens of the afflicted sector were woken up by being torn from their assigned beds and tossed onto the ceiling. Numerous injuries and fatalities were reported. The difficulties in performing regular duties due to the gravity reversal continued until the end of the journey. After the ship exited the warp, the gravity returned to the accepted norm, an event that once again was accompanied by deaths and injuries among the crew. Okay. Nothing we can do here. We could do some charting here. But I think we just keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. Dargonis. What? Okay. Oh, here we go. Lord Captain, we've received a report from Dargonis. Some common folk from the now ruined Scipione 84249 have succumbed to the heresy of defiance. Forming into gangs known as the Engine Vandals, they now ride across the wastes on wasteland-adapted cleaning Goliaths. They have declared themselves outside the law, raiding the Hive's outskirts, only to escape retribution in the toxic wastelands. Many of them did not want to obey your more than equitable decision to send them to the restoration site of Scipione, and thus they've fled the labor settlements, committing the heresy of disobedience. Rumor has it that the Foreman clan in charge of debris removal in the ruins of Scipione associates with these vandals. We could pass on your words to the renegades via the Foreman, or force them to disclose the location of the rebels' nomadic camps. Alright, so we could give up a profit factor to allow them to negotiate. And that would give us a wasteland generator, which fires 5 plasma torpedoes. And also gives us mechanisms, which we do need. But we lose complacency. We would gain security and gain leader of the Engine Vandals if we allow them to guard the hives for tribute. And I gain +1 MP forever at a cost of complacency. Destroy these engine heretics and show them no mercy. Wasteland Twister, which is a 2-handed power sword. Which is pretty good. But doesn't scale with psi power. That might be something we could give to Kibella. Kibella. I don't know why I keep saying Kibella. We gain complacency but lose efficiency. No. Tell me what my advisors have to say. If the Engine Vandals have managed to tame the ancient machine spirits, then that means there are technomats or even tech priests among their ranks. That renders them negotiable. It would be efficient to utilize such renegades instead of disposing of them. A promise of reward for every piece of technology found in the wasteland of Dargonis and return to the dynasty will ensure their obedience and tractability. If you wish to exterminate them, Elentok, do not waste your time on hunting them down. Instead, deceive them into destroying each other. Tempt them with a prize, a weapon, or a trophy that they can fight over. After the monkey are finished slicing each other up for the right to obtain it, your warriors will finish the deed. This tactic often proves effective against your kind. The aristocrats of Dargonis despise them, but are also secretly afraid of them, correct? Renegades who can invoke such fear. I wonder, had there been such exiles in my house, would their presence have curbed the ambitions of my brothers and sisters? Would they have supported me in case of conflict? Oh, I am scheming and conspiring right now, am I not? Bravo, Lady Cassia. Do not be ashamed of the unique abilities bestowed upon you by your birthright, or by your heritage. They are your birthright. The web teaches to look for the enemy's vulnerability and what drives them. If the enemy is compelled to seek sustenance by attacking your domain, prepare a trap full of poison gifts. Let them eat and drink to their heart's content. The poison will weaken them. Then you will strike. So in exchange for a profit factor, we can gain mechanisms at no cost. Lady Cassia, we can gain the security effect at no cost. Cabela, we get Death Cult Power Blade. Death Cult weapon gains the following. Minus 10% to target's parry, plus 2% to the builder's crit chance for each attack they make until end of round. Urlet's advice gives... Okay, so basically we get complacency, and then either we get the base Wasteland Twister, or we get the Death Cult Power Blade. Which, despite the fact that it is called a Power Blade, is not a power sword. It's a bleed sword, which is different. I'm inclined to go with this option. Pascal, draft a message to the Omniscion Renegades. Let them serve the acquisition of knowledge. We lose one profit factor, but we gain mechanisms, and we also gain wasteland generators, which can fire torpedoes. May the lost be found again. The former servants and serfs of the Omnissiah that are now part of the Engine Vandals were glad to actively collaborate and redeem themselves in the eyes of the deus Mechanicus. The common folk did not dare condemn this pact, fearing the menacing priest clad in scarlet. Hive raids have become a rare occurrence. Expeditions are returning from the wastelands with relics that were once lost to the vast plains. The Foreman clan then delivers these relics straight to the dynasty's coffers. Excellent. Okay, that gives us access to these now. So we can either have guilds, which would give us profit factor but loss of complacency, or the RBTs, which would give less profit factor but would give a bunch of Imperial Navy rep, and would give us medium cannons that have more shots. I'm inclined to let the Adeptus Arbites be here. As the population of Dargonis grows, the old ways must be improved upon. The creation of Fortresses of Justice will establish the rule of law and attract reliable merchants and partners. Although... I'm so torn. Because our Imperial Navy rep is very important, because we have stuff that does require a very, very high rep with the Imperial Navy. But the guilds do give us a lot of profit factor. And efficiency. Okay, so security is very high right now. Actually, our security is so good, we may not actually need to get it. Maybe we do take the guilds. Allowing the artisans to unite in guilds in order to protect their rights and control entire hive segments will cause an explosive growth of industry. This in turn will bring about devastating storms and acid rains pouring down from the poisonous atmosphere. Ooh, no, I think we do the RBTs. Because I think this is the one that will maintain the planet as best we can, and it will also give us things that we need. So let's do that. And then we have nothing else we can do for you right now. Yeah. Nothing we can do for you that we'd want to do. We need one more mechanism and then 2 weapons. All right. Do we swing by any of these planets to grab stuff. We're already harvesting this one. We don't have anything that harvests the mechanisms yet. The Ardari cache is over there. The Sarah's over there. We'll have to go that way eventually. Alright, let's start heading this way. I'm actually willing to make this route safer. We can warp safely here. Then we can warp safely to here. Okay, we've been there before. We've been here. Come on. 6 profit factor gained. Alright. Dargonis. Lord Captain, there has been a tragedy on Dargonis. Governor Joseph has been dedicated most of his time, has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms, but the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The astropaths lost sleep, started clawing at their skin to the flesh, and muttering gibberish, eventually went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are holding the connection to Dargonis, but how long will they last? Where did the former astropaths come from, and where can we get more? I've received complaints to the Governor Jerviston that has devastated the minor astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. Take more people from these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of the connections with other worlds. We try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous. We could also try getting by with the resources that are already available to us by seeking out fugitive astropaths and having them train psychically active citizens of the Protectorate who show promise. A most regrettable violation of his laws, but considering our grave situation. What is the cause of the affliction? Who knows? The schemes of heretics from the Cult of the Final Dawn? The treacherous magic of the Xenos? Perhaps it was a planned diversion, or perhaps merely a stray echo of the Immaterium. What say my advisors? Okay, so let's see what our options are first. So bring me sanctioned astropaths, steal them, take them by force, threaten them, bring me as whatever necessary. So we would lose efficiency, but we would gain Witch Collector. The party gains plus fellowship bonus divided by 2 momentum when using any psyker or navigator power. Be good. Hire sanctioned astropaths for any price. We would lose profit factor, but gain security and disciple of the damned. Daemons, chaos creatures, psychers, and navigators deal 10% less damage. Okay. Hire unsanctioned psychers. We would gain psychic ward. While veil degradation is equal to or more than 10, the wearer deals plus 6% additional damage with all psychic powers, and then -1 security. No, probably not that. One of my advisors. Where can we obtain a new choir? Astropaths are among the most finely trained servants in the Imperium, who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the rogue trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping the talents in check. If there are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Your lordship. Lady Theodora not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well, those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Lyra, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. There, we are sheltered from raids, educated, and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which rulers to contact. Maybe the Von Valencia's family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a better trained group of astropaths than some criminal rabble. Okay, so we can just gain Witch Collector without the penalty if we use the Inquisition. Abelard can just give us Disciple of the Damned security for no cost. And then Idira will just give us Psychic Ward. I am inclined to use the help of the Inquisition. I think that this is useful. Ooh, but Disciple of the Damned is really good. I think I am going to go with Adelard, actually. Because I think Disciple of the Damned is going to be better in the long run, and +1 security is never bad. It will be done. I wonder how many of them are still alive. A ship carrying 24 astropaths soon arrived on Dargonis. They descended to the surface covered head to toe in protective amulets as if going to war. The news of the tragedy that had befallen the previous squire had quickly spread throughout the expanse. Each of them conveyed words of amity from the rulers who had sent them, and each asked permission to visit the family crypt to pay tribute to Lady Theodora. There's been no reoccurrence of disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet. I see. There's nothing else we can really do here for now. Okay. Can't do anything with you yet, which is fine, so we'll just go this way. So I am going to make this route safe, and we're just going to warp here. Excellent. Alright, so now we have to figure out what happened here. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiavagama, the main industrial world of the Fonfalencius dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprek have been unsuccessful. But wait, the Voxmaster is silent for a few seconds. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiavagama is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it? Accept the transmission. As you command, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster switches to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binary code with a low chuckle of machinery. Lord Captain, interference detected in the compartment's Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the Void ship. Start of pict recording. The Void ship's bridge, sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of the Voxes, shouts can only be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost all contact with all compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do are distorted beyond interpretation. Lord Captain gives orders to decipher the incoming Vox transmission at all costs. He's sending orders to the bridge and request status updates from the other compartments. Let's decipher the incoming Vox transmissions. Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into the sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console. Another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who is mid-prayer tears itself to pieces with its own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portions of pict recording damaged after contact with an unknown object. An enforcer shoves the rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he rushes to help the crew, shouting out orders. The image of the Pict is fuzzy, nothing but glimpses of people shouting, racket, and the Lord Captain's orders. Within minutes, the crazed crew members are either dead or bound and unconscious. The officers clustered around the Lord Captain are barely breathing, but unharmed. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer, who has turned the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and it is now running through the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there's a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop, the pipes over the officers' heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain. his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The pick frame spins uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. Pick recording fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader gives the order to evacuate immediately. The road chair personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the road trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble inwards, or outwards. The road trader is the last to leave the bridge. The road trader takes a few steps down the corridor and breaks into a coughing fit, undoubtedly a result of spending too long on the bridge. Splashes of crimson stain his clothes on the floor. Lord Captain shakes his head. The farther the rogue trader walks in the atrium, the more unsteady his footsteps become. The Lord Captain takes a moment to lean against the bulkhead, but then crumples to the floor, coughing up gouts of blood onto his chest. Several people immediately dash to his side. The Lord Trader is taken to the Medicaid deck, where he is instantly surrounded by doctors. The crowd is so dense that the servo skull anxiously circles above them, trying to catch a glimpse of the subject of its reporting. At last, the Lord Captain opens his eyes, dragged back to consciousness by a cocktail of medications and biostimulants from several IV bags. A number of scared junior officers promptly surround the bed. The ship is suffering devastating losses. The interbay comms are still offline. The crew is terrified, Lord Captain. Eyes full of terror. Bloodied uniforms, slumped soldiers, and these officers are the only link the Lord Captain currently has to the world outside the Medicaid deck. All he can do to support these people, who are willing to risk their lives for the ship, is give them a speech, reiterate the duty that every citizen of the Imperium owes to humanity, offer a matter-of-fact logical analysis that might help them find the best tactic for the situation, conservative and strength. No, Let's appeal to the Imperium. Reiterate the duty that every citizen of the Imperium owes to humanity. Through the wheezes and coughs, the Lord Captain begins to quote numerous codices whose commandments must be followed by every man, woman, and child of the Imperium. His solemn words are filled with a call to fulfill the sacred duty to the bitter end. The officers' faces are calm and confident. One by one, they bow their heads, their hands forming the sign of the Aquila on their chests. They soon leave the med bay to deal with the situation on board. The Lord Captain spends some time in bed in the doctor's meticulous care. Out there somewhere beyond the bulkhead of the blinded and deafened ship, people who have been left without their leader are fighting against an unknown threat. New victims are constantly being brought to the Medicaid deck. The servo skull records medics carrying in a young man, the right side of his body a mess of flesh and bone. Then a young woman with her jaw missing and her ribs bared. As if realizing the pointlessness of his stay here, the Lord Captain demands to be patched up and help to his feet. Return to the bridge. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Though wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever, even though the people are surrounded by destruction. The senior officers have the situation under control. The people have been organized. The emergency crew have been already finished repairing the pipes, the technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs in the Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on the board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Lord Captain! Voxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation is brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we need to leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge only suffered minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Yabagama went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or sending an away party to the planet's surface. The Vox clicks as Heinrichs joins the channel. Deckard, we haven't managed to discuss the nature of my mission. I was assigned to your entourage for a reason. Time is running out, so I will be brief. I must be present during the expedition to the planet. I trust the greeting you received from Kiyama has dispelled your doubts about whether the events on the planet require my scrutiny. The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Okay, well, if we have to bring him, like if he is going to be required, then I guess I guess we'll give you Vanguard. What is it? What are you built for? You're not really built for anything, to be honest. Okay, I think... let's make you an overseer, actually. Oh, interesting. So you can only have the Cyber Raven, but the Cyber Raven gives you access to a bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay, so we have a bunch of levels to do for you, so... Psychic power related to the Cyber Raven. This round is relayed once again. Okay, let's see. So we get an ability. Purge Soul, Shield of the Emperor, Evil Eye. Enemies in a 4-cell radius around the Cyber Raven suffer warp damage and +1 stack of perplex. Let's take that. And then start raising your Psyker level. Take Overcharge. I guess we'll give him... I guess willpower? Yeah, we'll give him willpower and then intelligence later, probably. Can we raise his... We can raise it higher. We'll do that. And then... I guess we'll raise his... intelligence. Fine. We have another ability which it does not have any recommendations for. I guess we could do... telepathy? Get invigorate, enfeeble. Let's see, deal damage, does bonus damage against Xenos, Chaos Worshippers, Drukhari. Shield of the Emperor until the start of the Psyker's next turn. All allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by +1. Interesting. Okay, so let's take Shield of the Emperor. And then I don't actually care what you take. I guess lore warp? Sure, why not? Who cares? Second sight, increased range. Let's take biophysical distortion. Take intelligence. Actually, take willpower. And then a common talent. Psyker Terminus, why not, to get even higher level. And then sure, let's Psychic Barrage, why not? use willpower again. Your warp lore. And then we get to level up and overcharge. When the familiar becomes a target of an enemy's attack, the overseer has their damage dealt increased by +2%. That's the end of combat. Overseer uses overcharge the familiar against +30 to its key for 1 round. Is reactivate, the momentum value is increased by 5 for each party member still in combat. I'm gonna do this one. Alright, and then everyone else also got to level up, so we'll take care of yours. Alright, so we haven't really used Carnival of Misery. Not that much anyway. After Executioner uses Carnival of Misery, any target that has suffered or will suffer damage to the Executioner in this combat, their armor does not... Both prior to and after this ability, their armor does not reduce damage dealt by damage over time. Okay, so this makes all of my dot effects ignore armor. All enemies in 6 cells suffering from any damage to armor effects immediately suffer an additional instance of those effects. All damage dealt to enemies by the executioner's damage of time effects will increase by 100%. The executioner is healed by damage to time effects instead of suffering damage. The number of wounds restored is equal to the amount of damage that would be dealt by an effect after all modifiers have been applied. That's kind of wild, actually. I don't know if I have anything that applies damage to time effects to myself. Do I? Can I apply wounds to myself? Yeah, I don't actually have... I'm inclined to use either this or this. Let's go with this one. Like, the dots ignoring armor seems really good. Alright, what do you get? First time in combat, the Archmilitant reaches 0 wounds while under the effects of Steady Superiority or Heroic Sacrifice. Archmilitant restores 20% of their max wounds and loses this effect. At the end of combat, every attack grants a stacking +2% bonus to critical hit chance. In no combat, the Archmilitant's attacks do not spend all MP. Additionally, each attack grants a stacking 5% bonus dodge. You can use both the Heroic Act of the Archmilitant archetype and the Heroic Act of the Warrior or Soldier. They'll only use a Heroic Act for just manageable. Ooh. Actually, wait, that's really good. Because the Soldiers is... number of attacks equals the rate of fire using normally costs AP. Time of combat rate of fire is increased by 30%. Gain 4 MP and attacks do not spend MP. That... Okay. I think I just have to go with this option because that's way too good to not take it. Cassia. All allies in the select area also gain 20% dodge, parry, and armor. All allies gain weapon skill, ballistic skill, dodge action, armor pen. The maximum number of action points granted by take and hold is increased to 5. Okay, let's do that. Kibala. So if you dispatch an enemy, the target of dispatch loses half its current armor and deflection. End of turn or end of combat. No. Deals additional damage equal to 44% missing wounds, so 25%. In combat, when the assassin hits an opening, they gain temporary wounds. If dispatch Kills the target. All enemies in a 3-cell radius around the target gain +2 stacks of disturbed effect and must pass resistance, agility, or become staggered. Let's do this one, because this is a really good sort of heal, and it's easy for us to break openings. Pascal. So, Wild Hunt. Prior to the attack, all prey suffer a penalty to armor. Bounty Hunter gains +4 MP and restores 3 charges of Hunt down the prey. Attacks exactly 1 target, which is marked as prey. Wild Hunt. This attack deals +300% damage. All prey has its MP reduced, but no less than -2. I like this option because this makes single target damage way higher. And I think you're probably going to do the same thing. Yeah, same thing. If there's 1 target, triple the damage. Do that. And then you guys, I have not done at all. So, okay. Since I know I'm going to have to give him stuff, I guess we have to, like, actually give him some equipment. So, he's using medium armor. Let's give you some decent medium armor. This is probably good enough. Fire Blessed Carapace. Fine. And then we will not show his armor. Alright, so let's see. +10 to warp lore. Take more damage. So we do finally have a thing where we can actually equip the bird with something. We only have 2. 20 willpower plus 50% max wounds. Whip fire, psychic power gains temp wounds. Not a heretic, so he doesn't gain any bonuses. Actually, in that case, I guess we'll just use this because it's whatever. Okay, so gloves wise, I think we can afford to just give you. Let's just give you the grenade gloves, so these are cheaper. And then we'll just give you more grenades. Let's give you the monofilament grenades, and then we'll give you the crack grenade. Alright. Your intelligence is not less than 35, so you don't get that buff. Bonus to Lore Imperium. I guess let's just make you immune to burning. Sure, why not? Range attacks decrease the target's dodge by 5%. Give him that. We can give you... I don't really think the other stuff is that useful. I guess we'll just give you this for lack of anything better to give you. Same with this. I guess you can have that. I don't really have a better option. Okay, that's fine. So, he's not the most geared character, but it's fine. Who cares? And then we'll give him... So his staff, he's using a Biomancer staff. We don't have another staff we can give him. Oh, yeah, we do. We have a Sanctified staff we can give him. What does this one do? What does the staff power level 6 gain Siphon Life? Let's give him this because it's better, I think. And then he has a regular sword. Can we give him a better sword than that? I think we have a better sword than that. Yeah, let's give you an elite chainsword. And then in your other hand, you can use another, like, hotshot las pistol. No. Although, honestly, the las pistol might actually be a good choice. Yeah, why not? Alright, you can keep all the other stuff, that's fine. So let's do our scans, and then we'll deal with that. Whatever that is. An ash world with nothing on it. Oh, we got some stuff for the ship, too, didn't we? We should check that before you go into combat. What is this? The dwarf planet is marked on the Fon Valencia's Protectorate charts as Atle, and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atle hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago. But much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals. Let's contact the Vox station. The Extractium turns out to be Incendia Corda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps to the Chronoc system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valence's dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Mechanicus Pascal notes the unusual composition of Atlay's core. Subsequent development will allow the extraction of rare refractory metals. Heeding his advice, the rogue trader decides to keep the Extractium for himself. The rogue trader graciously allows Incendia Corda to feed on crumbs unworthy of the Von Valence's attention. Destroy the Extractium with a precise shot. Orders to behead everyone on the illegal mining rig and send their heads to Corda with the very best of wishes. Yeah, Mechanicus Pascal notes the unusual composition of Atlay's core. Subsequent development will allow the extraction of rare refractory metals. Heeding his advice, the rogue trader decides to keep the Extractium for himself. Your people easily assume control as the frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist. The Extractium's machines are restarted shortly after. The amassed containers filled with precious ore are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold. Okay, so we can extract plasteel from it if we want to. But we don't need to right now. Let me check the void ship. So I think we have some things we can use that are new. Let's see, newest to oldest. So Zealot, which is medium range, 3 shots, 24 damage. So we could exchange 1 less shot for more base damage per hit. But that's a net loss of... What is that? 12 damage, basically. Aldari Sonic Torpedoes. In exchange, we could do short burning plasma torpedoes with 19 damage warheads. Let's try it. Why not? Oh wait, no. We actually want... We want this for one of those. Okay. This is fine. Actually, let's put this on so we can maybe charge better. And then we'll just leave the rest. Repair the hull. And let's save the game. And here we go. Yava Gamma. I assume we have to fight some ships in orbit. All right.
Smite the foes of the rogue trader.
Oh, we get an escort now. That's right. Okay. Can we get in range of these guys? No, and we just reduced our range too. Let's warp forward and then go into the cloud, which gives us range to do at least a little bit.
Annihilate them.
All right.
This one's going down.
Do some damage to you. Broke the shield. And then I guess that's all we need. We will raise the port side shields, and then we will move on. Perfect. Okay, there's quite a few ships here. I think we'll be able to run these torpedoes into one of these. Oh, if only I put it over here. Darn. Wait, did you just explode? Oh no, he let out melted torpedoes. Alright. First of all, control the torpedoes. Have them turn this way. Alright. So we can get increased range.
Fire right now.
Just keep doing that. Oh, we didn't get another one. Dorsal fire. Why not? And then let's do new heading. Do our prow cannon.
Onward.
Got you. And then can we get in range to do this? And I guess we just keep going. And we'll shield the rear. And end the turn. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think those torpedoes are gonna hit anything. The torpedoes are good, but they're very hard to use. rotate all the way around. We can't detonate here for anything, so we'll just wait here. Alright. Start with the torpedoes. So the torpedoes can deal with the destroyer. Over and done. Dorsal fire. Okay, let me send out torpedoes here. Dorsal fire you. Totally missed. And then we'll, I guess, slowly rotate this way. Unload into you. Alright, that's down. Can we move close enough to be able to do anything else? Sure. Perfect.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars.
And then we'll block on the port side. I don't think there's anything over here, so we can just end the turn, I guess. Oh, must reach the end.
Set the course.
Fine. So the torpedoes are probably gonna take out those guys. Oh, you charged him in the front. Interesting. Oh, those torpedoes are getting dangerously close to my escort. Okay, these can probably hit this guy. Ooh. Oh, darn. I say if he gets really lucky, he might be able to blow those up. Alright. Let's do a snap movement. Fire into you. Okay, so you do not want to be hit. Oh, got him. Alright, works for me.
Lay in the course.
Go in here. Oh, we do have flak shot now. That's right. Interesting. I forgot about that. I forgot we could do that. Oh, the melter are gonna hit me. Oh. Ill-advised. Okay. Can my torpedoes hit anything? Cannot hit anything. I guess we could detonate next to those, but no, we're just gonna rotate here. A lot of torpedoes flying around. Alright, let's just go here and self-destruct. Got him. Alright. Let's move forward. Shoot at you.
This one's going down.
Got him. That leaves just those torpedoes. Try and warp forward. I don't imagine we're going to be able to do too much to this thing. Reload everything.
Fire the last batteries.
It's not much, but
Torpedoes.
it is something. Okay, they just blew up at a distance. That's fine. Victory! Provides 80% hit chance and 15% critical hit chance. Excellent. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, let's scan Kiaba Gamma. Okay, we have to take you, so I guess we won't take Eurolet, which is fine. Heinrich frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Binaural arias of alarm stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you sense occult arms and a warning of danger. What is your mission on Kiaba Gamma? I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the cult at the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we are forced to land on Kiaba Gamma indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worst. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. Heinrich's pause is straining to hear something. If, that is, there's anyone left here to speak to. Saudi airline ad, lovely. Oh no. Tragedy has befallen. We're learning nothing by standing here. Let's go. The interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. Alright.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Some loot. Nothing over there.
Your mind is swathed in blue-gray smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orselio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Alright, what's in the box? It's something about the Mechanicum. Do anything over here? No. Oh, hello. Tech Priest. The lumps protruding out of the Tech Priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanism planted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmetic. A click and clank, a barely audible hiss, and then only the Tech Priest Vox finishes the word. Identification. Request denied. Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson. Registering anomalous behavior within this servitor's organics, and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Let's examine the Tech Priest. Awareness test failed. It is practically impossible to make out the Tech Priest's face with the hood pulled so low. The air in the industrial world is thick with the smell of fumes and molten plasteel. But standing close to the Tech Priest, you can clearly smell the stench coming off of him, a staggering mixture of machine lubricants, old sweat, and something even more revolting. Who are you? The Tech Priest clicks his relay. Magos Custos of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2-0. Identification. Where is the fabricator sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum. Denied. The irregularity demands execution of Protocol 3942 in accordance with the Fabricator Censor's decree. The Fabricator Censor is a traitor to the Imperium and humanity, and I will not comply with any protocols approved by him. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. The tech priest draws his weapon as his robe opens. Your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot. I see. Servitors.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Alright, Cassia, back up. Argenta, why not? We'll put you here. Bella, you can fight him. And then we will go this way. Heinrich, I guess you can go here, it's fine, who cares? Alright, Cassia. Let's put these guys in the front lines.
Not a servitor.
And we'll put
me, if you insist,
this
Lord
as
Captain.
the rear. Okay, they're all clumped together, which is excellent.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Argenta, do the thing. Guess we'll just fire once. That's fine. And then end the turn. Ooh, nice try. Melee combat with Kibble bold.
I'll live another day.
I see. Are they just gonna all explode?
Could it happen?
Okay. Well, dodge, please. Fucking wild.
That is for the weak.
This.
I'll do it. I will not.
Driller both around. Load.
Steel bones.
Good
But
lord.
a human death after all.
Alright, Keela. Apparently, we're just dealing here. Alright, let's aim for an opening. Get a free hit off. Flip
The
to this side.
shadows will see it done.
Get another hit off. Blade dance. You're immune to fire. How do you feel about
Trust me.
this? Cassia. We're gonna keep giving Argenta turns.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Superiority. Alright, so this is free.
This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is
Fine.
worthless.
Let's get back into
I
cover.
will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Alright, Cassia, and then we'll do this.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, she's fine against him if he's gonna be using melee.
I'll do it.
Oh, yeah. Put it there. Okay. Yep, more damage. Reload this thing. Reload this thing. And then, I guess, heal yourself.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Your dodge damage, or the damage from that is not very good. However, it is causing me some amount of problems. Do a whisper.
As honor all day.
Okay, so these just don't do damage to you, so we do need to be using this. Okay. Cassia, keep giving her
Isn't this a job for the
turns.
serfs?
Doubt is for the weak.
Die. Oh, we missed. It's okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
This.
You, my Emperor!
So far, so good. Okay. Alright, Argenta. Can we finish this guy off? Probably not. He's very resilient to being on fire.
I'll do it.
Yet again, we'll do this.
As the Emperor commands,
do this.
I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
There we go. Keep alive. Let's keep chopping away at this guy. Aim for a new opening. Get our opening. I think we just keep giving her turns.
Doubt is for the weak.
Like, it's not burning, but this is, like, the most effective way that we have to break this guy. Is to just keep building this versatility buff.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, Cassia. That's all you got. I think Argenta just wins here.
This is unacceptable.
Reload. Do this.
strike is a prayer.
Firearm mastery.
I'll
We can
do
activate
it.
both.
Eradicated.
Nice. Alright, that's all the threats. Everybody took some damage. It's fine. What else over here? The tech priest. Get a buffed plasma pistol. Nice. What is this? Okay, that lowers the thing that we had to cross before.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Oh. I tried to stop them, but they did not stop.
Follow my lead.
Blood mixed with the machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor. What is this? Oh, we can't reach it. Gotta wait for these to pass.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw
Oh my
breath.
god, get out of the steam.
None shall stand in my way.
Trader.
Dare you?
Guys,
Never
please. Good lord. Okay, let's use some of our med kits, because that was quite a lot. Okay, let's select ourselves.
We must act.
Can we use this on ourselves?
Back into the fray.
How many of these do we have? Not that many. Let's use the regular ones then.
I stand in recognition.
Okay, this can remove... And but did not remove an old injury. He removes traumas. So what is, when it says trauma, it becomes a trauma. Do I have anything that's technically classified as a trauma? This attempts to remove a wound. Oh, these are so brutal, though. Yeah, come on.
Thank you. Now where were we?
Okay, I didn't get rid of a single one, so. And the thing is, he has really high Medicaid, so I don't know how that's not working.
A new challenge for me?
Whatever. Lex Mechanic. A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from the strap at his front, and you can see his attached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus. Tech Priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking. He heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please save me. Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanicus Zeta 86. I performed the rituals from the machine spirits of Foundry 95 up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or another. They stopped the belts and then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code. I did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment, of thine own forge be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86, your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. The icy rumble coming from Pascal's box caused the Lex Mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. How did you avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and have followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedure that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the fabricator censor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of weapon? No. Not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the Manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the Holy Spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator censor saw that machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorum after some of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after they were able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized by the for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. You don't act as the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex Mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah. I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I use for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted. The scrap code is locked inside it like a beast in a cage, but anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference. I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benediction that shelters the weak from the evil. Heinrich tenses ever so slightly the Lex Mechanic's words. You see his hand casually straight to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. How did your crazed companions behave? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege. You mentioned someone in prison on the lower level. The lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. The Lex Mechanic hesitates. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex Mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witness their obscenities. What do you make of it? The interrogator tilts his head. Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the final dawn of the fabricator sensor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but the Lex Mechanic drops his head. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmetic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. The Lex Mechanic tacks a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant, and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex Mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? The Lex Mechanic shakes his head in reproach. Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact within the system of my true flesh, to innervate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there's only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex Mechanics will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. The Lex Mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him and begins to back away in fear. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption, I'm begging you. Please, I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. Night, night, night. Night, Sass. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. How are you tonight? Hi, Fighting Fisher Cat. I'm doing pretty well. It's getting a little late, but we're making progress in Rogue Trader. How are you doing this evening? At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he's reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of its machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. Okay, so we can pick either Iconoclast or Dogmatic. So Iconoclast, we try and stop Heinrichs to leave the man alone. Dogmatic, we cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. Unfortunately, I think that's correct. Because, like, there are other things that the guy could have done, theoretically. Like, there's other forms of rebellion he could have tried, and he didn't. So, in this case, he did fail the Manufactorum. So, we cannot allow the information to go to waste. I just learned I sabotaged myself with meta-knowledge in the game I was playing. Oh no, what game were you playing? I'm sorry to hear that. For the good of the Imperium. Like a snake, Heinrich lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in beginnings of a squeal. Pinning the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrich uses his free hand to feel for the connections of the external cogitator, then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. The Lex Mechanic struggles a few times, but when Heinrich twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. Cassia, who has been stoically observing everything, flinches and averts her gaze when Lex Mechanic starts crushing his own fingers into a pulp. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard of the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed and blood is spattered over the inscriber, but that does not stop him from trying in vain to press the keys with the scraps of bone and skin that remain. Heinrich tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It was Geneforge Mutagen. What is that? What is Geneforge Mutagen? go look. Gene Forge, mutagen. Oh, interesting. I've not played this game, but I've seen something that's like it before. He plays a life-crafting wizard. Interesting. Interesting. Full remaster of the 2001 cult classic Gene Forge. Alright. It will take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanicus cult here suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations. Refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the Fabricator Sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It is located in here, in the bowels of the Manufactorum. Heinrich casts a final look at the Lex Mechanic, now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion, and turns away. We'd better hurry.
Victory awaits.
I feel like I should have been able to shoot him.
Operation successful.
Another plasma pistol. Plus 10 ballistic skill, plus 25% crit damage. Ooh, hold up. That seems perfect for you. Yes, good. Very good. Okay, and then you're using a melt-a-gun. Interesting. Okay. Do we have anything that's actually worth equipping now? No, we do not. Okay, there's definitely a bunch of stuff over here.
Help me, Lord Captain.
I hate that. Okay. Let's go down. Their canisters with raised stats will give you abilities. I was avoiding them because I know using them can affect the ending of the game, but it turns out that only applies in the 2 to 4 game, not the first game, which forces you to use them, so I have to backtrack through the whole map to find them again. Oh, that sucks.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
That does suck. What is this? Okay, that's a way to get down from there. Alright, I'm gonna return to the void ship and come back down. Because I have a bunch of injuries that we can heal by going back to the void ship for a moment. Alright, let's do...
Follow my lead!
This way. So the bridge is back down. What's this? Okay, so this is something that's giving me a headache looking at it.
We need to investigate.
So it's chaos tainted. Don't continue warnings of the Omnissiah. Let's toss that in there. Oh. Oh, hello. You must be the fabricator sensor. Yep, fabricator sensor, Cubus Delphim. The massive Magos, clad in ritual garb, lets out a binaric trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binaric tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What did you say? Primitive creature devoid of true knowledge. Could it be one of the slaves who escaped imprisonment? Kneel, servant, before the master of Kiavagama. Kiavagama belongs to House Fonfalencius, with whose scion you have the honor of speaking. You're one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well, then. Your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Cubus Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiavagama Manufactorum, but I rejected it. Along with the other fetters that hindered progress, once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult Mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hanuman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator Censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to binaric, and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the Fabricator Sensor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. Hanuman. Liar, you are not him. Demons Hanuman obeys me, his mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit cast of explorators, call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Pascal turns to you and says dryly, initiating heretic search designation. Demens Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. So you have traded one master for another. I would have expected a Fabricator Sensor to be smarter than that. The Fabricator Sensor's voice lets out a piercing, barely audible sound that makes your inside shudder. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you ignorant creature. Or arrogant creature. The rest of the series has skill teachers you can go to, so you don't have to use the canisters to learn things, but the first game only has the canisters, so I've handicapped myself by not using them. Oh, damn. Yeah, I guess it kind of sucks when you go back to, like, an older version of the games, and then, like, things that were, like, quality of life or changes that happen later are not in it, so you can punish yourself by playing what would normally be better. What did you do to the governor of Kiavagama? Is he alive? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step towards retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth that reached into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. This is my world, and it will serve only me. Even a cursory analysis of the data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revise. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this, Kiavagama has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, horrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servant of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many open admissions of heresy in so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master von Kalhax. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before the enemies of Imperium, it is time to fire, not count. And now is one of those times. In the name of the Golden Throne, I will stop you and those who follow you. You assume too much, thus rendering your conclusion invalid. Comrades, purge the Manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Gut the outsiders, let their blood mix with the oil. I see. Truth conceal the path from the impious. Okay. Bunch of corrupted Skitari.
Submit and you'll die quickly.
Put you here. Let's put me over here. People, you can come. Put you here. Pascal, you can go this way. Heinrich, you can go here. Argenta. Here. Alright, Cassia.
If I may.
Start with Argenta. We'll make everyone move to make everyone move to
Isn't this
here.
a job for the serfs?
All right. Nice, nice.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
All right. Let's just do this.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Works for me. And the turn. Okay, so they're just squads. Let's try. I think this is the first instance of squads we've encountered. Alright. Cabela. Go for this guy. Stab. And flip to this side. Gain another debuff. Do a regular attack. And then do this and this.
Let your soul be purged.
Okay. Alright, Heinrich. You have a lot of stuff to do. Bunch of resolve bonuses. Relocate to here. Now,
go on,
pulse. Discharge, good job.
Do my bidding.
Let's do a big pulse explosion. Pretty good. And then I guess we could just do this.
I feel the power surging.
Oh, that counted as a heroic act? Okay, good to know. But I wouldn't have done that otherwise. This will just buff us and then not move. Okay, so we should do... Move to here. And just shoot straight through you. And then
Faith
do this.
without deeds is worthless.
Closer.
As the Emperor commands,
This.
I act.
And then we get to do this.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Activate this. One free shot. Let's shoot at you,
I'll
I
do it.
guess. We can gain 22, which would not be enough for the next rank. I think we just pass. Missed that shot. Alright, so let's move me over here. Buff myself. Buff me again. And then just do
Suits
this.
my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
Alright, so the big bonus attack. Let's just hit you with it.
Already done.
Nice. Flip around and just kill you guys. And then flip around and
Nothing
kill
I
you.
can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
Pascal, I guess you can just run over here and do a disruption.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright, let's mark you as a hunt target.
My vow
All
is
the
to
bold.
serve.
Everything we can.
Running
This.
binary math is an equation.
Perfect.
Your life is a negligible variable.
Alright, Cassia. I guess we give... Let's give you a turn. Shoot there.
I venerate you, machine spirit.
Good enough. Guess we can move to here. Try and shoot
Isn't this
you.
a job for the serfs?
Okay. Alright. And then I guess we will draw everyone in that we can. To here. And then we will give her a full turn. Let's do this.
Strike is a threat.
Okay, regular shots. And then
Doubt is for the
do
weak.
this. Fire backwards. Switch back.
Faith without deeds
Do
is
this.
worthless.
Do a regular shot. Reload. Do a... Let's just do this.
I refuse. That is not the Emperor's will.
And then... I guess we'll just fire into you. Alright, we got a bunch of versatility now. And that was just the bonus turn. Now you try to run. Ill-advised. Alright, Kibble, chase this guy down. Just try and kill this guy. Alright, easy. Easy kill. Heinrich.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Just do that. Emperor's Wrath, that's fine.
I won't object to it.
Shield of the Emperor. Relocate to here. Die. Alright. Shot number 1. Dodge the next attack.
As the Emperor
Free
commands,
shot.
I act.
Die.
Eradicated.
Alright. Echo auto dodge, that's good. Let's use
In thy
a
light
superiority.
I stand, and thy light I crave.
Gives us another shot, which I don't think we can use on anything. No, we can't quite see you, so... we have sight on literally anything.
I'll do it.
Oh, they gave us movement. I can move. I can fight. Shoot this man.
For you, my Emperor!
Alright, now you're just gonna die on your turn. Alternatively,
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
you're gonna die because I'm gonna cut you down. Should end combat, right? Okay. It's a lot of slaughter. That's a good arc rifle. That's a power sword. We may actually need a power sword. We don't need the power mauls. Put all these over here. Anything useful? No. Well, we'll be able to loot all these guys. That's right now. Tech use.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The device now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces was once a cooling fan. This pile of human remains carelessly tossed together emits a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed lids twitching. Approach the still-breathing man. The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It is a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection, but it takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air. Gene spirit, deliver me. The Binaric Requiem coming from Pascal's Vox sounds solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile. Who did this to you? My comrades. His voice is barely audible. It seems each word takes the man in a great deal of effort. Machine spirit. Has the Omnissiah truly abandoned us? Yavagam has fallen into the maw of the eternal enemy. The holy magi. They succumbed to heresy. The rest were stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us. Deliver me from erring. Sacrifice living blood. From vessel of the true flesh while their heart is still beating. After that oblivion. His eyes grow glassy. I knew you would come. I've waited so very long. Deliver me from my torment. What a horrible fate, to be betrayed by one's own. I attest that the 3 categorical requirements for assigning the status of martyr of the faith have been met. Opposition to the enemy, preservation of adherence to dogma, and a brutal death. Requesting the right to extract the subject's organic matter for it to be used in the creation of an honorable servo skull. The man who is Minister of Death wheezes weakly. It is an honor. I am thankful for the right to serve. Still your heart, servant of the Imperium. Your words will help me bring down those who have betrayed Yavagama. Delay the man's death by providing medical assistance. Leave the man to die. End the man's suffering. Or Pascal. Picture recorder servo skill. Pascal, your request is granted. You want to honor this man by turning him into a servitor, and he seems to want to receive that honor. Yes, your request is granted. Oh, rest in peace. Leaning over the dying man, Pascal, in a decisive yet surprisingly respectful motion, cuts his throat. Wielding a long scalpel, it takes him mere moments to release the cervical vertebrae from the hold of muscles and sinew, and to cut the vertebrae, severing the head from the body. Let your service continue, tech comrade. So does that mean I can equip him? Is that a thing I have now? It is! Okay, so let me actually equip you. Well, now I have him accompanying me. Okay. Can we go this way?
Excellence matters.
Marks of chaos seem to draw your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. Found a door. What's this? Something is howling within the metal housing, as if the machine spirits of this culture are lamenting some irreparable loss. Or irreparable loss. Force access to the cogitator systems. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. You gain access to the cogitator systems. The device's machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. Awaken the cogitator's machine spirit. You touch the levers and the reels in the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within the cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Oh. Okay. The cogitator is silent, awaiting new commands. I don't know what that did, but we got that. Staff of Blood. Melta Ultima. Melta Ultima. That's not as good as my Melta that I'm wearing. But that is better than his Melta. Multiple weapon modify the Adeptus Mechanicus has increased firepower and range. Alright. Pascal, you may have this. Okay, we do have ads are starting soon, so I'm going to take this moment to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit. And this will be like the last ad break before the end of the stream, so refill my water. I'll be right back. I'm back, but we'll wait on doing anything important until the ads actually end. This is another door that opens. What's this? Oh, can we actually traverse that path now? Okay, we'll check that in a second. Can we open this door?
It's about time.
Looks like I should be able to interact with it because it highlights it. Okay, there's at least one trap. Screen the cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Yep. As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be working in working condition. Activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. You touch levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within the cogitator. The machine dawdles, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Okay, easy enough. View the log. The log contains nothing of interest: the maintenance ritual schedule for the sacred machine that moves the bridge, an activation log, and a few notes of religious nature entered by the tech priests. Okay. This would just blow a hole in the same door? Or the same wall? We don't really need to do that. Okay, so did this give me access to this area over here?
A new challenge for me?
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
Right, disarm that trap. Okay, now get the goods. Cool. Back to here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
See any... Ooh. Multiple traps. Okay. Have to be careful. We disarm this. Okay.
Duty prevails.
We disarm this. Disarm this. And this.
I better myself through my service.
Get this. Multi-key. What is this? You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine server itself. Using your access, you store the archive stored on the cogitator. So, Ascension Protocol. The record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Correction Protocol. Log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos corruption. Supply. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from the living tech priests and spent mass, the flesh of the victims killed either during or for the sake of the machine rituals. Ooh. Alright, let's go this way.
Victory awaits!
Alright. Touch the button. Alright, we need to see if we can find where they went.
None shall stand in
Is
my
it seemly for valued servants of the Emperor to huddle together in such a squalid abode?
We attach importance to other things, Venai Cassia. Ascesis is how we achieve self-perfection. Our feats of faith are our gold, and the prayers written upon our walls serve as our murals.
Okay, so is there anything this way, or is this just a dead end?
Pay attention.
It's about time.
Tech use.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Large device is a cargo lift used for transporting parts. Okay. View. CyberGuard is asking for access codes you do not have. Okay, so we can't go this way yet. Means we have to go this way. Alright, let's go upstairs. Okay, I assume there's about to be a fight. If it's saving here. Yeah, there's some cultists. Walk around a little bit. What's this? Release the car brake. Remove the obstacle. Bro.
I need your aegis, oh Emperor.
You serious? Okay, I'm reloading that because that's some bullshit. That definitely should not have done that. Okay.
A new challenge for me?
Try this again. We'll go this way. Grab the garbage. Grab this. This. Okay. Remove this.
I rise to the occasion.
What is this?
Operation.
Crush filled with refuse, broken pieces of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wire, and other rubbish. Okay, everyone's safely out of the way. Release the brake. Okay. Grab this. We will need it, I guess. So that's 2 things that we need. Combat servitor is corrupted rust stalker. Go this way. The tech priest tears himself away from Renia's data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly and pus is seeping from the untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are Fun Valencius, are you not? Pascal exchanged a series of binary signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly, "Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code, which constitutes a grade 4 transgression." Identify yourself. His white and lifeless lips stretch into a smile. "My name is Hanuman. I believe it is familiar to you. This statement is false. This unit stands accused of identity theft. I'm guilty of many things, but not the transgression you speak of. I have stolen nothing from you, my tech comrade, unlike many others who have indeed robbed you. Are you the one that stole Magus Tarsus's personal code and made an attempt on his life? No, why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter. Term not recognized. Is this a specialized term used by your branch of tech heresy? It's simply a name that fits him. You must have noticed by now that names are full of lies, haven't you, Pascal Hanuman? Mocking laughter bursts from the heretic's lips. Okay. I'm giving you a chance to explain why you're using the name of another. Another. I have the right to bear this name. It is my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagos Armanet. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Armanet taught us that the cycle must be discontinued, and it seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnissiah's will. Blasphemy. Should you continue these sacrilegious mentions of sacred litanies and heretical perversions of the blessed Armanet's philosophy, you will be destroyed. You wish to sound outraged, but I sense your curiosity. I understand. Knowledge is intoxicating. This craving for new knowledge gnaws on me as well, but be patient. I am deciphering a great mystery, and my name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Hanuman, Hanuman, Hanuman. I kept seeing this marker upon the traces of a great plot, of the deception created by Archmagos Amarna. No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning, but my mind was no longer sane. It could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted ever greater freedom. I developed. I avoided the traps of the main hunter who seeks to hide the truth. But words mean little. Do you want me to show you the truth? His pale smile spreads into his pale lips spread into a smile. Pascal, do you have a preference of killing your former tech comrade? Pascal switches to Technolingua, a vox erupting in a series of binaric signals. There is no need for secrecy. Let him understand. The heretic nods in your direction with a smile. Pascal glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful, following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation for the purposes of conducting an exhaustive interrogation. Does that not violate some protocol or another? Indeed, Tech Comrade. Does it not violate the dogma of purity? Pascal says nervously. Your possible familiarity with matters related to the fate of the blessed Amarnat justifies the violation. If you think it is best. The heretic's serene smile remains on his dead lips. Request denied, Tech Comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
I'll make an example out of you.
Okay, so this is like the beginnings of a daemon engine. Alright, Cassia, you can be here. I will stand here. Cabela, you can be here. Pascal, you can move up here. Heinrich, you can fuck off somewhere, I don't care. You can be here. Cassia, so first of all, can we pull everyone into one place? Not exactly, but we can get them almost in the same place. Good enough. No, we don't want to do that. We want to give Argenta
If you insist, Lord
some
Captain.
time to start spinning up. Let's just do this. And then we will end the turn. Alright, so for you, aim for the opening.
As the tenets demand.
Do this.
As honor or caught by the web.
Flip over
I
here.
shall not. My blade whispers your name.
And then do this.
Trust me.
And
As the
do
tenet.
this. Blade Dance wins again. Mind Scrambler Grenade. Okay. Alright, Pascal. Yes, I will have you so what we'll do is we'll do this.
Comprehends all.
Do a lot of damage to one of you guys with this ability. But I want to mark each of you with this.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Just hit him with it. Nice. And then can we do more? I don't know if we'll kill you, but we'll do a lot of damage to you. Oh, there we go. Claimed the bounty.
Request approved.
Okay. Alright, Argenta. This.
Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable.
As much damage as we can. Move into cover.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest.
This. We could do that, or we could do this again. Nice, nice. Reload for free. Turn. Incredibly rude. You're gonna die anyway, so we'll just get over to you. Cast this on ourselves. Let's do this. This. A lot of damage. That's good. Heinrich. Okay. That would not do that much damage.
More trouble than it's worth.
Alright, huge buff to all of my allies. Relocate you to here. And then just explode. And then
for the thrones,
just try and shoot you. Not really do much. That's fine. We'll just endure another turn. Cassia, just give Argenta another turn. All right. Duck, my friends.
I'll do it.
Kill the servitor. Shoot that guy. And we're done. Easy. Oscar stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice, I am taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation. I would advise against it. It may be dangerous. Request denied. The value of the data justifies the risk. Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechadendrites, and plunges into the tangle of augmetics covering the heretic's skull. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So we just got a plasma weapon. The glow of dead stars. Okay, so that is not as armor penetrating as the Melta Ultima, but I think it overall is better. Plasma explosion caused with this weapon affects targets in a 2-cell radius. The type of damage dealt to each target, aside from the wielder, is taken as warp damage. Okay. Glow of Dead Stars is pretty... That's a pretty sick name. Plus 10 bonus to logic. Well, we don't have another thing in here, so why not? Get logic to 100. Alright. Warp lore. Yeah, blood's been mixed in with some of the fuel. And then... that appears to be everything. Grab that. Set up the ladder. Back door. Redemption gauntlets. Each of the wearer's melee attacks made against enemies under the effects of exposed weakness reduce enemy strength and agility by 10. Okay.
I did fine.
Okay, there's nothing else over here. This is just the back door. Yeah, we just never got to this part. Back over here then. There's a door here. This door.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, I feel like we need to open
My
this.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
Just loot. What is this? Scout chair looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows there's life within. Bring your Elect-2 to the scanner. Several lumen light up to the panel. You hear distinct clicks and the scout chair goes silent, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. What? Oh. Okay, so there is something here.
Halt! I noticed something.
Okay, so we have that. Only be opened manually by finding a suitable valve. Well, we found it. Okay. How do we disarm this?
Cast your eye there.
Alright. The towering furnace wreathed in scarlet lights fill you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupts from the machine's depths, along with crackling Vanaric undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint glow. Input the code to disable the traps. The furnace responds to the short Vanaric signal that revokes the mechanical rustling of unseen switches. Request Theodora's data. The machine reacts to the curt Vanaric signal, followed by a low, drawn-out tone. Ah. I should have known. Rumbling builds up in the bowels of the furnace, growing stronger apace of the sound of the ancient motors. The rumble is echoed by screeching of metal gears and the clanging of unknown mechanisms. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus in Georgia data bank engraved with the coat of arms of House von Valencius. Storage device discovered, contains everything that is securely decrypted. Alright, that was one of our quest objectives. We discovered the data archive. We also got everyone poisoned. Unfortunately. which kind of sucks.
Victory awaits.
All right. So we have a Chaos Space Marine up there. I think this might... Because the thing is, this is not the end, because we still have to find the other guy. The Fabricator Sensor. So, I think for now at least, this is a good place to end it on, because next time we can handle the Chaos Space Marine and then the Fabricator General. Not Fabricator General, the Fabricator Sensor. But thank you so much for joining me. We will be continuing this on next Tuesday. Oh, thank you, bot. Just in time. We'll be beginning this on next Tuesday. There may or may not be some other stuff coming up. I don't know when I'm gonna have time to set up a bonus stream for it, but there might be some other games that we're gonna play. There's a bunch of stuff that's coming out that like I really do want to play, so we'll have to make some time for it so I can keep playing this at the same time. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I am going to end the VOD here shortly, and then we will find a raid. Do a little raid. Let me switch to this. All right. Thank you for joining me. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night.